Hello everyone, welcome to Simply On, and I'll be your host for today. If I'm here, please respond as yes on the chat window. With us who are not connected to audio, so let me head to audio. Alright, so them are connected to audio. Start, we take you through the ground rules. Uh, all this will be on mute during the session to avoid the background noise. During the there will be a polling activity that will be conducted to check the pace of the training. Towards the end, as you close the Webex window, you'll face a survey that will be in your default browser. Please participate in the polling activity as well as in the survey feedback. Every day we can get your feedback, and your feedbacks are taken care of before the start of the next session. So this cross 9 sessions. As you attend each day, you tick mark on that particular date in your classes tab. When you attend 9 sessions, you'll find your attendance is updated as one class attended. So the attendance captured. It is only when you attend one session. It will be captured when you attend all the 9 sessions. So as you know, projection is one of the mandatory criteria in order to get your certified contact as certificate. Sachin will help you in submitting last test. So that's on the 9th day. So as an this a particular topic, and if there is a project associated topic, definitely take you through that so that you can start project on or before the last day of the class. Go and pass presenter rise to our trainer now, and he'll take. So our trainer for this class is Sachin Goswami. He is one of that we have, and he's working with us from a very long time. Hi Sachin.
Hey Mukesh.
Yeah, Sachin, over you now. I'll be there in the background and
Okay.
others in getting connected to audio.
Just wanted to confirm if I'm clear, loud and clear, and if there are some background noises here.
And there are no background noise.
Fantastic. Okay, shall I get from here? Thank you so much. Good morning, gentlemen. My name is Sachin Goswami. Give me a yes in chat window if you can hear me. Thank you so much. That means web is behaving good now. Okay. Okay. So, Mr. Sachin Goswami, and I'll be your coach, whatever you wish to call this. I'll be helping you in the next 9 classes to understand the framework of project management and put you in preparing for your PMP certification examination. So there are a couple of things that I'm citing from this batch. I'll say that all of you clear PMP examination. That's objective number 1. Objective number 2 will be to make sure that you understand those concepts in such a way that it be possible for you to implement them onto your projects. I mean, so otherwise there is no point doing a PM or Prince to any other course in the world, right? So the idea would be to understand them from different perspectives. Clear the examination. That's point number 1. Point number 2 is that how do we actually implement that? and where it connects to our projects in our life. I mean, the kind of projects you all would be in projects, right? So that's a very reason why you guys are sitting here in the class. So these are the two objectives that I set, and I would appreciate if you align with the same, and you all believe in the same, right? So these things that we are here for. Yeah, you got window for the responses or any questions, concerns, queries that you might have. Give workshop. Uh, and as Mukesh said, most times you'll be on mute so that there are no background noises here. What are you going to do? The agenda for today, the very first session is not to push that much onto the study part, but would like to do a couple of things here, right? So just to take us up on what you know what we can uh, get what is going to happen in this first session is that we're going to quickly start with a base presentation, which we take you through on the very first class, and this is really the 700th class that we are doing right now. So I've taken like 700 classes so far, uh, and maybe like 100 plus online classes. So that's a presentation that we start off with that tells you a few things about me, a few things about you, a few things about simply learning. And as a second part of it, I'm gonna take you online and show you around the entire LMS that we have. Probably the most interesting and interactive LMSs in the world right now, because there are a lot of systems, a lot of LMSs all across the world. So I found that's pretty much uh, you know. So I'm going to take you through with that. Yeah, we will understand that what are the areas that we have in our LMS, what are the requirements that we need to fulfill in order to unlock the certification from the 35 PTU certificate we need in order to appear for the examination, and would also be helping you in understanding where this help and support section is, where you can download the stuff, from where you can raise a question. Mo's a fantastic guy. He would be your support throughout the course. And Mukesh, been working since years together now. For any help, you can simply reach out to Mukesh at simplylearn.net. He can help you out with all those templates. I've already shared those templates with him, and we'll talk about templates more in just a bit when we'll come to the main course. That would be the second part, guys. So I'm going to take you through the online stuff and show you around what components that we have in the online system, the online LMS that we have with us, and then afterwards start with our lesson number one. So the objective is to complete lesson number one, and that's all. So which is about the introduction. So I'll be telling you a few things about PMI, a few things about PMP, the prerequisites, what are things that we need to consider when we are filling the application form. You can't see anything, Nazir, on the screen because I have not shared anything. Me shared anything, because otherwise, if you have something on the screen, they start focusing on the screen rather than on the voice. So that's my strategy. And I want you to focus on my voice right now. So so this is what the agenda would be, guys, and I'm gonna be going slow, right? Because I consider that whenever we start a new batch, most of the people who are sitting in the batches are people who are attending any of the project management classes for the very first time, right? So there is no point doing it. And now the good thing is that we have 9 classes now. So initially we used to have 8 classes in which we need to cover those 15 chapters. Now we have 9 classes. Although the ninth class is pretty much about submit a project, but I can take that leeway, to have time from that if it is at all required. So I can actually use some time like so from the last class as well to cover up anything which is left out after the 8 classes if we with a comparatively slower pace, right? So, but at any point of time, I would not like to rush to it. Simple as that. Unless you understand a concept, there's no point jumping onto the next one, right? And I'll keep asking you guys for your feedbacks. When understood that, whether you have a question or a query or clarification that you want to seek, you know, like that. So now I'm going to do is as I said, we're going to start with a very base presentation that we have, the introduction, the LMS. Uh, we're going to start with that. I already have that presentation with me that's pulled already, right? So what I'm going to do as a next step is that I'll be sharing my screen with you, and I would request you guys to let me know when you can see my screen, right? So I'm just sharing it on 2, 1 now. So you can use that box to let me know when you can see my screen. Yeah, are they? Yeah, that. Thank you so much, guys. I'm just gonna pull that in. Okay. Okay. Welcome. Welcome. Thank you. Yeah. Francis. JU. With this base presentation, and the very first slide tells you a few things about your trainer. That's me in the picture, but that's like 3 years old picture, so don't go with this. I look a bit different now. I look more old, you know. So you can download Sarkar. Just hang on with me. I mean, so you download those presentation. I'll show you the place from where you can download those. Right. So yeah, just stay with me. Stay with me. Okay, that's about me. Just to give you a backdrop, uh, history from the last 19 plus years now. So it's more than a little over 19 years now in the industry. And that's the reason why I said don't go with my face. That looks pretty much younger than this. But uh, so I'm a grown up guy and working last almost 20 years now, out of which 50 years are purely into project management, right? So I started the project management stuff back in 2003, and I started as a project manager in 2003. Before that, I used to work as a part of projects, anyways, but not project manager. So first project management endeavor started in 2003, and since then I'm into that. And I'm doing projects mostly. I mean, so I did projects in about 16 different countries, and you know, you're in all 5 continents in the world, and I've been working in various different domains, right, ranging from IT projects to non-IT projects to telecom, infrastructure, construction, oil and gas, shutdowns, sports projects. So I mean, almost all the verticals, almost all kind of projects. People who are from India may be knowing IPL, right? Indian Premier League. So give me if you know about IPL, yeah. So there is a franchise in IPL called KKR, Kolkata Knight Riders. You heard about that? Yeah, and you agree that IPL is probably the biggest event that we have in India every year. That's the projects, right? So, but guys, I've been working as a project manager for Kolkata Knight Riders, and I've been doing those seasons. Yeah, so project manager, yes, and I had like 3 seasons with them. Meta stuff at the background, planning it, variance analysis, everything, you know. So just sure that the event happens on time, Other than that, I've been working in big infrastructure and construction projects ranging in like $1 million, right? So I was in fact working in a project which was like 12,000 crores. So it's like 50 million US dollars, right? So I'm the head of the project planning and monitoring there. So that's my history, guys. So I'm working with Microsoft. I'm working with the consulting companies. Uh, and I'm associated with Simply since 2011, right? So like 8 years that I'm deliver courses or simply learn. I think it's something that I could never leave because this is where I started off with, right? In back 1999, I started as a trainer. I couldn't leave that, right? So I'm associated with simply learn time now. Conducted, as you can see on the screen, 750 plus training sessions on PMP, uh, my project in Primavera, right? More than 6,000 participants. I mean, about 4,000 corporates, right? So if you talk about my roles, so I've been working as a project management practitioner, coach, consultant. I was heading the project management and customer advocacy in a global multinational with a portfolio of more than 100 programs and projects, earning huge money. So that's my background, guys. Uh, I've been speaking in tech gigs, been a guest speaker for ITs, for IIMs, project management conferences world across, uh, giving those keynotes. So all that you should feel that you are in safe hands, right? So don't worry, you are in safe hands. Uh, and I'm looking forward, guys. Really. Okay, it's all about me, guys. Now let's understand a few things about the organization that you enrolled with. Let's understand about Simply Learn, right? So Simply Learn, very interesting story, right? Talk about Simply Learn. We got started in September 2009 as a modest project management blog, right? So it was plain simple project management blog. So 2009 in September they started. I joined in 2011, right? And since then, I've seen this company going, from a blog to the leading online training company. So 2017, we were the leading global live online training company. Right? If you talk about us, and Simply Learn, just an overview, we have 450 plus employees, 500,000 plus 2,000 plus trainers, and we are operating about 150 plus countries right now. So in India, we have a client base of about 198,000 people. In US, 250,000 people, 53,000 people, and rest of the world is like 49,000. So that's the strength that we have in terms of our customers, participants, which comes to us for those courses. Now, why many of people come to us? There are reasons behind that. Just to talk about some of those reasons is one of the biggest reasons that we have for that is our Flexi Pass, right? So what is Flexi Pass? So I believe most of you might have that Flexi Pass already with you. It's called on-demand LVC classes, right? So you have multiple time options. You can any number of batches. You have options for multiple instructors as well. I mean, so if you miss out one of my classes, you can probably go and join Tim class. Tim is another trainer, by the way. Fantastic gentleman. Very good trainer. So his class as well. I mean, just in case you missed my third class, you can go and join Tim's third class, and that can you have these options. Whereas if you compare that with other physical online training solutions that you have in the market, so for you with the fixed timings, they give only one batch and one instructor, right? Whether like it or not. So if you don't like Sachin Goswami, you can go with somebody else. But in the other uh, classes, the competitors that we have in the market, they don't offer you this thing, right? So that's why you know we probably have an edge here. Yeah, you enrolled. Thank you so much for that. Okay, so now if you talk about the focus technologies that we have, the focus technologies that we have, they range from big data analytics to digital marketing to cloud computing, cybersecurity, of course, project management, mobile software development, quality management, Internet of the things, artificial intelligence, digital transformation. So these are some of the courses on the blue, which are coming up now. So very soon you would see those courses as well. The one in the orange, we already are running classes on those. Right, take care majorly of the project management part. Whether Microsoft Project, Primavera, PMP, those courses majorly. So that we also have digital selling, we also have quality management, computing, cybersecurity, all those courses. So these are our focus, digital technology categories that we have, and then master courses into those, right? So if you about the list of master courses that we have. So master course in project management. They have the project management expert for large scale projects, data scientist, a big Hadoop architect, we have a solution architect, data analytics expert, in which majorly we use Excel courses, advanced Excel, and stuff like that. VPPC specialist courses with us. We have cloud engineers, we have Lean Six Sigma experts, ITAL experts, capability program. So these are 23 master courses that we have. Now, our course would contain more than one courses, right? Just like if you talk about project management experts, so that would cover up both concept and the tool. So you would have a PMP in that. Probably later you might have my project in that, and then you have a few things about quality into this, the Six Sigma stuff, right? So this is how we plan our master courses, right? So you have a choice of 22 different master courses with us that you can, if you have a flexi pass, you can go with these. So this is the list of it. Now, if you talk about our referral program, so nowadays we are running a referral program. So if you love what we're doing here, you can spread out the word. You can, discuss that with your friends, with your family members, with your colleagues, uh, and joy of learning, right? Now, you refer a friend, you as a token of gratitude from Simply Learn, you're gonna have $100 voucher from Amazon that you can use. So to what you earn, your friend enrolls to their choice of course, they also get a 15% scholarship. So you both have a benefit, right? You and your friend, whoever enrolls. So if you want to know more about that, you can go to simplylearn.com, refer and earn link, which is given at the bottom. So please do visit that link to understand more about the Simply Learn referral program. That's a great way of sharing good things with the friends, and they can also get benefited from that, right? So this is a scheme that we are running with us now. An important thing that I would like to discuss here before we move any further, it is about the project submission, right? Now, this project submission, there are courses that we in which there is a prerequisite. If you want to appear in the examination, you need EU certificate, just like for the case of PMP. Right? So if you want to appear in the examination, you would need a 35 contact hour certificate from Simply Learn, and you would only get this when you complete the eligibility, right? The criteria. Just give me a quick second, guys. So okay, so eligibility criteria is that you to complete your OSL, that's online software learning. So that the videos that you have, the tutorials that we have online with us. So you need to complete those. You also need to complete the simulation test, and you need to submit the project, right? So last day, that's why we have that ninth class now, in which we help you in submitting your projects. Those projects are reviewed by our Simply Learn team, and once they approve this project, only then it is a tick mark on that, right? If it is rejected, you need to resubmit that project, and you need to attend the LVC classes. So just like Mukesh said initially, uh, you would need to attend online classes, and then it would be counted as one class, right? So the 9 sessions that we have. So when you attend all 9 of those, you have one class ticked, right? So when I'll take you through my LMC, that I have probably 2 or 3 classes my name, because those classes, so I take up online classes, right? Cyril, hi. So in our evening batch, right? Batch makes okay, because that's the very first class. That's our first class. So you had that class already, right? Thank you much for joining in. Oh, no problem. Okay. Now, so the prerequisites for unlocking your certificate. So once you do these 3 things, guys, that is where you would unlock that, right? For that, we can give you the support. You can you know project mentoring sessions and training sessions that we will be doing in the future, and we still do that. So you receive the information over your mail that what all sessions are happening when, so you can. I'll be virtual class, the one that you're doing right now. Okay, okay, and you write us if you need some help, so you can with us through Simply Talk or Help and Support section, and we have our GTS Global Teaching Assistant for you. It is Mukesh, the guy who initiated this class. Fantastic guy. Trust me on this. So when you have a question, query, doubt, just reach out to mukesh@simplylearn.net. You know, uh, get the project submitted to. Okay, so I need to pull out that chat window now. Just a second because I'm missing a few of those texts. We get the project submission template. Yes, you would have all that. You would have all that. Don't worry. So I'll just come to that point when we'll go to our online demonstration. So I'll probably touch upon that point. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. If it, do we need to take the, no, you don't have to take the LVC again. You need to resubmit the project, Pankaj. Project only. Albert. Yeah. Simulation test and project submission will be on the last day of the session, as I said. So let's get started, right? Get certified and get ahead, guys. Uh, yep. Okay. So now, during the classes that we do, we as a trainer also have the ability to select best three participants, right? The criteria would be ranging from attendance to the engagement and interaction in the quiz performances, the project submission. So the basis of these, after every batch, so whenever a batch finishes, I those three participants back to Mukesh, and he inform the participants. So whoever would be those three best participants, they'll get to choose a 60 days access of online self-learning course from any categories that Simply Learn offers, right? So this is what you get. I mean, so this is a kind of gesture that we show to the people who participate actively here, and that also gives something to the trainer as well. I mean, so where he can also can tell that so these are the people probably I found better out of a lot. you know so that's what it is. Mukesh already talked about a few of those to you, but I'm going to repeat them anyways. So the session would start on time, will not wait for all the participants to join to ensure there is enough time to cover the concepts. Participants are requested to use the chat boxes on their screen to raise any questions or input related to the session. Participants are requested to fill up the feedback form after every session. Help us serve you better. 10 minutes break will be observed after every couple of hours of learning. I make it 15, right? So, because I understand that, the whether morning session or an evening session. So I'm going to be doing another evening session today, and I have a late night session ranging from 100 hours to 400 hours in the morning. So in those timings, people need at times it is a lunch time for them. At times that's the dinner or a breakfast time, right? So 10 minutes at times, a relatively short period. So take a leeway and make it 15 minutes. So, and I already have an agreement from Simply Learn. They allow me to take those 5 minutes extra. So don't worry. So we can observe a 15 minutes break, guys. For the rest of the people, this is that's 10 minutes for them. It's 15 minutes for us. Bingo. You have those recordings available, right? So, and you'll be able to download those recordings. Is recorded session will be count for attendees. No attendee LVC LRC, not LRC. Yeah, tomorrow. You can join in. Yeah, thank you. For suggestions, you can raise the request on help and support by choosing the appropriate query type. So I'm going to show you this area. Yeah. Yes, the presentation, you'll be able to download the presentation, not the one that you are seeing right now, because that's the base presentation. The course presentation will be given to you. Anderson, download that one. Yeah. So now that was it. That was all about. Now on the screen you can see the awards, the list of awards that Simply Learn has received in last few years, right? So we won the best startup of the year award in 2016 IT Press IT awards. So we won the Education Company of the Year award. We've been given with the CEO awards in 2016. You know, what PMBOK guide where we can download that. And so the PMBOK, Nazir, uh, so PMBOK, either you need to purchase a PMBOK from the online stores, right? You can do, or what you can do is that you can become a member of PMI by paying $129. And in your download section, you have the PMBOK, right? So you just need to download from there. Learn cannot give you officially cannot give you a PMBOK guide, right? So because this is to do with the PMI, and PMI would not want to deliver a copy of that to you. Yeah, purchase that in the online videos which are available in syllabus section. Count for unlocking. Yes, they do. That's one of the parameters for that. So what the parameters? Yes, we the membership. Yes, I understand. We, that's our teaching assistant, Mukesh. He's a fantastic guy. So when you have a problem, just reach out to him. Uh, Count if you re-register, there is no discount. You again need to pay $129. Like franchises, PMI, right? So these are called chapters. So yeah, yes. So your membership expires every year, and you need to renew that membership. And $29. That does exam after becoming a member, it becomes cheaper for you. Yeah, it's at simplylearn.net. That if you are a member when you file the application fee, right? Generally the fee is like some 500 some dollars, and if you are a member, it is $429, I believe. That's the sixth edition of PMBOK? Yeah, will be based on the version 6. I don't mind a few of those text see here in window. So me will be of 35 contact hours. You give the exam once you file the examination application and you receive a confirmation from PMI. You can give the exam within 1 year of that. So that's it. So the P certification is valid for 3 years, and it wants you to submit 60 PUs. If you submit goes, gets renewed for another 3 years. Then you need to submit another 6 reviews the next 3 years, and it it's renewed again. The moment you fail to submit those PDUs, that expires. So this is books. We'll be talking about it. We're gonna go down to that. I'll a bit later. Yeah, I understand. You have that as a question. So let's come back to that in just a bit, right? So read this. Let's go online, understand things, understand the LMS system. Then go back to the very first chapter, and then probably talk about that more, right? I don't want you guys to jump the guns right now, right? So stay with me. Stay with me. Telling this to all my participants: do not use the escalators. Use, right? Yeah, that now. So that answer. you know let's let's stay the and let's do that then. Okay, so these are the awards that we have won, and uh, now we know from you guys is, so I want your introduction as well, because that would actually help me in picking a few of my exams, right? So want from you is your name, your year of experience. I mean, maybe years, 25 years, 30 years, whatever. Not the propagation of that, but the numbers of experience and your past experience related to the PMP courses. Are you a new participant here, or you have attended any of the PMP sessions before? So you let me know this. First time, Bharat. Yeah, welcome. So guys, chat window, and I can probably the break. I can probably go into the details and at 11 years IT, 10 years project man. Okay. Got a construction guy here. 12 in construction. Our first time PMP, right? That's good. Good. That kind of helps me, right? Oh, interesting one here. So, JX dated back to 1983, not PMP, 20 years client service in IT and networking. Friend James, thank you so much for joining our course. That will help us. So your experience would help the other participants as well. Experience architect Pankaj Roy. And we have another civil here. So is your name Prasad? Right? Kumar on 13 BO. No problem. Mr. Solier's experience and exams new to PMP. Fantastic, guys. Thank you so much for that. I mean, that really helps me, right? And the best part is almost all of us are new to PMP except of one profile that I saw. Rest of you are all new to PMP, and that actually helps me, right? Gaurav, so we are still coming. 12 years in manufacturing. Fantastic. Welcome, Gaurav. Okay, guys. So that is where we end this base presentation. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to quickly take you online and under things that we have there in our LMS, and once we are done with that, we're going to come back start our first chapter. Right. The idea is organized composition for the passion, mutual, and collaborative learning. Absolutely correct, Bharat. I'm with you here. Okay, so we start off with a demonstration about the items that you have. So I'll just open up some web. There we go. This is what you see. This is what you see when you first uh, log, right? So you have a login area here. So when to the login area, so your email ID and the password, I already have it saved here. We need to log in multiple times here, almost a day, like 5 times in a day. So I'll have it. So when you log in, it gives the option for my courses, as you can see here. So I'm just going to zoom it out. I have that my courses area here, right on the right hand section. When you click courses, that to your courses, you have a couple of areas. So you the active courses, then you have the inactive courses section, right? So just load now. Oh, now so you have the active and inactive areas here. So right now I'm at the active area. Here you can see on the screen. So I'll just zoom out. So that's area in which I have 3 courses which are active. So I got Agile certified practitioner because I take up classes for those. I have business analytics with Excel. People in Excel. I'm an MVP myself, an Excel MVP. I tell you when we were discussing that initially. So I'm the most valuable professional of Excel. Take up those classes. So I have business analytics and Excel here. So we have Agile certified practitioner here, and we also have the PMP certification course, right? So these are active courses right now under my belt. I have a few of them in the inactive category as well. So if I turn down to inactive category, so you can see, so you have Excel 2013 corporate demonstrations. You have Excel Advanced Microsoft Official Curriculum MOS certification 77 428. Uh, you know, thank you. And have the those Excel courses, as you can see here, all of them are Excel courses, right? And then of course we have Microsoft Project here down here. Take a lot of Microsoft Project classes. I'm MCTS in Microsoft Project, Microsoft Certified Technology Specialist of Microsoft Project, right? So there are some of the credentials that helps me, right? I take up those Microsoft Project classes as well. In fact, all of them, right? So, but right now, because there is no batch running for those, so these are all in my inactive category. The active ones that I'm taking right now are AI Business Analytics and the P certification. Now, you see maybe only the PMP certification 2018 course here under your name. When you go to the PMP certification course, this up, right? Now, there are various different sections here, right? So I'm going to ask you to focus here for some time because that area can really help you. That can really help you understanding things. Now, when you come down to PMP certification 2018 course, there's this square mesh coming. Yeah, that chat window. So that's why I keep on moving this to a place where it bothers you, right? Yeah, I understand that, but that this is that I can actually block. If I close this chat, I'll not be able to see your responses. So, but I had to move it to a place where it is visible. I have a single laptop right now with me, so so that's a problem. you learn not paying me enough? No, I'm just joking. They pay pretty good. Guys, coming back to the PMP certification here, corner, that is where you are right now, right? So the chat wave is right there. Actually, you know, see if I pull down it a bit more. So there we go. So that's I can do. Thank you. Okay, so here is your LMS, guys. So he asked me the OSL. Now that's the OSL, right? So these are lessons. So when you run a lesson here, just like if I run a lesson, you know, go. So you just click. You would have that lesson running on the right hand side screen here, where mouse is moving right now. That's where you're gonna have that. That's this is the OSL. So you need to complete that. All those lessons here, 15 chapters. Then the simulation test papers. You see simulation test papers, PMP 2018 simulation test. Right now, these are the attempts that you get. So you get as many as 7 of these. So what you need to do, you need to clear at least one of them with 80% and above. Right. So that's what you need to do. This is also running, and they have those simulations and lessons. So that is called OSL system, online learning system, right? So you need to complete this in order to. That's one of the parameters to unlock this certificate. Then you have classes area. So when you go down to the classes area, just like when I click here on the, it's all the available classes that you have that you can register for, right? It's like so those December classes right now, because I've taken those December classes already, so these are expired now. Right. And I have a couple of those classes which are currently running, which is 7:30 to 11:30. As you can see, the very first one that's on June 3rd to July 21st. So that's going to be the fifth class today, fifth session today in the evening, 7:30 to 11:30. Sid is a part of that class. And then we have a fresh batch starting from today, 7th of July to 4th of August. Now that's 9 to 1. That's what we are taking right now, right? So you can simply go and click on attend button. So I just went out. So you click attend button and you join it. Should we go through the syllabus parallel? Parallel would be the best thing. Yes, I would say that. Okay, the classes, these are all expired. These are the ones that I have taken already. You see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 I've already taken, right? 7, 8 are going on. And this is only since last 3 months, right? So, but I don't see the previous ones and taking those LVC classes since ages now, right? But that keeps updating. This area keeps on updating. Then I have the upcoming classes. Just for I have 9th June class. I have the 16th June class. Then I have 30th June class. So the rest of the classes that I can, as you can see, there are a lot of these. So you go and register for any of these classes. Now there we go. The all expired classes that you see now, these are the ones which were taken by me. So far, you can see there are a lot of these, that I taken, which are expired now, right? And then you have the ones that you can register for up. So you have those register buttons. So you can register n number of classes. So there is no limit to that, right? And you can attend them. So this section, guys. After the classes, you have the project section, right? So when you come down to the project section, we have projects that you can submit. The project submission is mandatory for completing this course, right? And as I said, September and the August, both the batches, So mostly, if you see Shiva, any batch which start 9 to 1 or 7:30 to 11:30 is assigned to me. Batch which says 9 to 1 or 7:30 to 11:30. Yeah, so that would be with me. Okay, now back to the projects area here. the projects you have a couple of those options for submitting. Uh, uh, yes, I'll just come back to the mentoring part. You know, yeah, explain. I'll just back to that. Okay, in the projects in section, uh, because this is mandatory to submit a project. So you have a couple of options here. So you have the PMP 2018 certification in software industry, which is the telecom project that you can submit, or you also have the manufacturing. I mean, so you can submit an automobile industry manufacturing division as well, right? So that is on you. Which one you want to submit. This is the submission area, by the way, right? This is not the area from where you're going to download the portions of the project. This is the submission area. So when you click on the submit button here, that gives the area. Then you can write up. You can add the remarks. And you can add your files, right? So it may be a Word file, an Excel file, a construction project in submission. But you should be able to submit any of these. I mean, so once you are done with the course, and trust you me, it would not be that difficult to submit any of. So you actually look into the questions and decide which one you want to submit. But you know, we'll share those samples with you. You don't, yeah. Have everything. You'll have everything. You'll have the templates. You will have the samples. In fact, on the last class, I can actually help you with current projects that you need to submit as well. I mean, so, but that be on the last ninth class. You can. It'd be better if you start working them now. Submit button, guys, from here, and your project will be submitted and will be reviewed, right? And finally, you have your certificate set here. So when you go into your certificate, the certificate is still pending. You see, certification is locked. All I have attended 4 classes. Now, what do you mean by 4 classes? I've attended 9 sessions of each class, so it is 4 classes. So that's last 4, classes that I've taken, right? But my certificate is not unlocked because I have not completed my 85% of the course. I never do it because just sample. I come down here and show you how OSL is running and all. So I never completed the OSL, right? I complete my project. So I help people submitting the project. Didn't my project so far because I want to unlock that certificate. When I unlock that certificate, I'll not be able to show you this area. You see, so the irony of that. Now, I didn't compete in the simulation test, but you have to do that, and you have to clear that with 80% and above. You see, 4 out of 3 out of 4 are paying for me, and they'll keep on like this forever now. Please, we do not have the relevant experience in automobile industry. Still can seek help to someone. Yes, you can, right? I'm really helping you in that, Anand. So I'll help you with this, and I'll do it and make sure that everybody submits the project. Don't worry on that. Yeah. Okay, no problem. So these 4 years. Then afterwards, if you go back from here, in area wherein when you have all those courses. So projects are something which are given to you by Simply Learn, right? So it doesn't give you a choice of submitting your own project from your own industry, right? Because you see, the beauty of project management is that it is not domain specific. Now, no such domain, it's true, right? That's the reason why we want you to be in your comfort zone, keep on doing the same stuff that you always do. We would probably want you to try out something else that you don't do, right? So that's why these are only 2 of the choices that we have. The other thing is, I mean, so people, always come back to me and ask me this question. Sachin, you come from, uh, by the way, I come from an electronics background, right? Electronics is the only industry that I never worked in and worked in an electronics project. And I worked in IT to non-IT to telecom to infrastructure to construction to oil and gas to you name it. I've been working in all of those, kind of projects. And say, what do you know about shutdown maintenance project? How do you know about how an exchanger works? How do you know that what is a bundle? How do you know that it is a vessel? Now, what happened? You know, the framework of the project management doesn't change, right? So, what I know about sport when I go and work as a project manager for an IPL event? Nothing. You know, what about cricket? That there are players who plays. That's all I knew at that point of time. But sooner or later, the moment you enter the project and you start applying your framework to it. You have those SMEs, helping you out there, and that's where it becomes business as usual for you, right? So that is what it is, right? So that is why as to why we have those couple of options available here. But I believe you should be able to do that. Okay. In this area, in your home screen, you have three different tabs in here, right? So you have the My Courses tab, then you have My Resources, then you have the Community, right? The My Courses is the same tab that you see right now. These are courses all here. Go to My Resources tab. So when you click on that, that opens up a different tab for you, right? When the project management related resources that you can go to, it's like PMBOK Guide 6th edition. Here is what a project manager should know, right? That's a great article. Just go and read that. 10 questions to ask while you hire a project management role. Project scope management. What is it? Why it is important? Then you have the similar one for big data analytics. Then you have it for IT security management, IT services, digital marketing. So you have various different Salesforce. So you have various different of those sections, right? So these are your resources that you can access. I mean, so when you go into this, why are feasibility studies important in project management? Prince 2 versus the PMP, the battle for certification. So these some of the articles that are in there resources section. So I would recommend you that's article, and then you have ebooks as well. So you have different things, right? Yes, you can. You can. You can join the forums, and you can write those share information on the forum section. I'll just come back to the forum section in just a bit, right? Okay, so that's the resources area, guys. Then you have the community. Now the community is the forum that I was talking about, right? You can your responses in here. So we have a big community now. We have more than 6,000 participants here, right? And I'm a participant too, of course, right? So you have different discussions going on: digital marketing, big data analytics, project management, in which you have PMP, Prince to Agile, Scrum, right? Go to the PMP section here, right? You would see things related to the PMP share the success story. So you see 157 replies into this, right? So you download the recordings, do you expire, top is to prepare for PMP certification exam, description in PMP application, you know, project management processes. Now you see Mukesh Sahu here, right? P application process. Just replied on that, right? So you have 52 replies. Things are not available on the mobile application. A few of them, just like the poll activities, and I'm not very sure about the forum. I guess forum should be there on the mobile. Yeah, it should be there on the mobile app. So yeah, so that's the section, wherein you can come and start a thread. You can ask a question. People can respond to that. A lot of people are already a part of this. Right. I would recommend you to go and take a look at our forum section. That's a bit area to share the information, to share the learnings, the experiences. So that's a good area here. Now, similar when you go back here, to your Simply Learns area, right? Uh, when you go inside your course, I'm just going back onto my PMP certification course again because there is a section that I still wanted to discuss with you, right? So when you go into that area, now the right hand side top corner, can you see help and support learning tools here on my screen? You see those? Yeah, very good. So the learning, let's talk about the learning tools first. So when you go to the learning tools here, in the you would have three different areas, right? So I just hit the learning tools here. So you see you have the notes area, then you have the forum area, then you have the downloads area, right? Now that's very very important section, guys. Why? Because this is an area from where you can download a lot of material which can help you in preparing for PMP examination. So you can write notes, you can write a label to the note, and you can scribble away. I mean, so you write a note here and save it. There's the forum access. So that's the same forum that I just showed you when we were on the other screen. Uh, so you can get your answers, questions. So you post a question, and you can have the replies, responses onto those. Right? Then you have the download section, right? Now downloads section which you were asking about. In downloads, you have the slides, you have the classroom exercise and solutions documents, you have the case study, you have the projects. Now this is the project area from where you can download those two projects, and you can also download a couple of sample projects as well. So you can actually go into the sample projects and understand, what sort of documents that you need to prepare. I moved that window, Rafi, right? So the PMP practice exams, you can download them. Practice exams, I don't know if you would have it from Pinbox 6, because Pinbox 6 just came up, as you know, in the month of April, 1st of April onwards, effectively 25th of March, but, we started the classes from 1st of April. So April, May, June, it's been like 3 months now. So a very limited number of question papers are available, but, that section, so you can go and download those practice tests from there. And then you have the quick reference guides, right? Now, this is a very important section which can actually help you with a lot of things, right? So I would recommend you to go down and download all that stuff, save it on a local drive, and you read through it. Just that would help you. You guys can also see that section into your LMS. Yeah. Okay. Fantastic. Go and make use of that section. So we have notes, forums, and download. And the case studies are sample case studies which can help you understand various different aspects, just like risk management, just like animations. So that give you help in that. Case studies, right? The case studies. Real example. Yes. Yes, like real case studies. Yeah. So that's one section about learning tools. Then you have the help and support as the other section here. Now, when you click on the other help and support section, that again opens up. This is called Simply Talk. So you have those frequently asked questions here. Then you have questions about course specific questions, enterprise exam specific questions, certificate specific questions, right? So the frequent asked ones that you see on the screen. Other than that, if you have are searching for, so you can go to various different sections here, just like the course specific section area. So you can go here and that question. So if you select the question, you would have the question here and the answers related to that question. So they okay, I selected something which I don't have a response for. How let's see this, right? So yeah. Now this will help you. shadow is really giving you a lot of trouble, right? So trying to move that on the window, so that because I left my audio device, so it's away from the face for a bit. I'm sorry for that. Is it audible now? Yeah. So these are the sections that you have, guys, in your LMS, right? So I know about almost everything except of from where you can download the recording. So because this is our first class, you see any recordings here, right? Tomorrow you're gonna have a download recording button available here, right? Downloading the recording, what you need to do is you need install a player, right? So that player is given right here on the right hand side. You see that install this player to view the recordings where my mouse is moving right now. So you need to download and install that, uh, right? So wherein you will be able to see those recordings, right? So recordings will be downloaded from here by going into this section, just like these are my previous classes that already have uh, 4 previous classes that we have done, right? You can click on the download recordings, and you'll be able to download that. So this is about our online LMS system that we have. So very extensive section, you know, and which can definitely help you in preparing for the examination. So understood, guys. I mean, so were we able to connect what all options are? Was my articulation good enough for you to understand? Section does. Yeah. Thank you. Okay. And I'm trying to go a bit here. Yeah, I'm not trying to rush into it because at times that becomes difficult to follow. So I'm really going slow here. So thank you for that. Now, couple of things. I mean, so we're done with the base presentation and the LMS. Now we're going to start off with our first section. No, that's not the break time. No, it's only 10 o'clock, so it's like 50 minutes from here. We would have the break. Is project to be submitted at the end of the on the ninth class? Yes. So I'll make sure that on ninth class you do your project, Pankaj. Yeah. Okay. So now we're going to start off with our which mentoring tab you're talking about. I mean, so which one? Where is? Okay. Mentoring sessions are okay. I understood that. So mentoring sessions are about the information that which are the upcoming mentoring sessions that you have. So you can register for that, right? So now the upcoming session is happening on 17th of July. That's on Tuesday, and it would be from 900 hours to 2100 hours, right? So that is 7 to 9, I guess. Uh, you know, in the evening. Rakesh will take this. So he would tell you about, how you should download your project, how you should prepare those documents, how you're gonna upload them. So he's gonna be talking about that for a couple of hours, right? So I would recommend you to go into the session, get yourself registered. You can click on the register tab and somebody or email and the basic information, and you will be informed about that class, and you will be able to join that from area. So when you go down to the mentoring section, you already attend option. So maybe you have not updated your course so far. So I'll ask Mukesh to update that for you. Don't worry. No problem. So I'll ask Mukesh. He'll help you with this. Wonderful. So that was about the LMS, guys. I believe it is clear to all of us. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull out the very first chapter of PMP, and it's not too early, but I believe by 17th you will be done by a couple of your classes. That means 4 sessions already. So after 4 sessions, you can attend that. Informed that it may not be required for the learners. I will submit the project in the class as well, in the class itself. So if you want to join, that can help you. If you don't, please don't bother, because I'll be helping you along with Mukesh in that session on the ninth class. So for your clarifications, you can join that. Compulsory, right? It's not compulsory. Okay. So Swashi, Swash, I can read Swashi 1, 2, 3 here, right? Sashi name, right? Thank you. Okay, so I'm gonna allow that first chapter now, because I guess we understood the LMS here, which was required. So I'm just gonna pull the first chapter. Just stay with me. Stay with me for one quick minute. Introduction, I guess that should be the one. Yep. So there we go, guys. So we're gonna start off with our very first chapter now. A few things about PMP, PMI, PDUs, all your queries that had in your mind, and we will of course talk about projects, project management, program management, a lot of things in this chapter. Let's get it going now. So I'm just gonna uh, blow screen. So can you see that on the screen now? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Got PMP certification training lesson number 1, introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, key objectives. In PMP certification and the PMI, we're gonna identify the application requirements for the PMP examination, list the guidelines to fill the PMP examination, describe the PMP examination outline and syllabus, define project. That is where we start project management. Define role of the project manager, how project management benefits the project delivery, distinguish between the portfolios, programs, and projects. Couple of marks in the examination, ladies and gentlemen. So there would be at least 2 questions coming from portfolios and the programs in the exam, right? So very important point to understand. Describe stakeholders and their value to the project efforts, and identify the necessary skills that project needs to demonstrate, right? So these are the objectives of our very first lesson here, right? So we're going to begin with a few things about PMP and PMI, right? So that is where we're going to begin with. Our PMP and PMI in general. We're going to start talking this. Talk about PMI. PMI is the Project Management Institute, right? So now the body that's the biggest not-for-profit project management uh, you know in the world. So that is established in 1958, I guess. Uh, you know that's the body. Now, so the PMI is the organization which give PMP credential, right? So the PMP certification is given to us by PMI, right? Now the PMI believes in a continuing certification requirement. In short, we call it the CCR. Now what PMI wants us to do is that it wants us to submit PDUs. PDUs are professional development units. Now you can get those professional development units by multiple various different methods and ways. So when you deliver a project management course, you also as a trainer also gets a PDU. Just like you are getting 35 PDUs for this particular training, which is a prerequisite for appearing in the examination, I, Sachin Goswami, will also get 16 PDUs of trainer. So I get from one class, and just about it, I take like what 50 classes in a year. So how many PDUs do I have? maybe. So I 60 of those. There is a restriction. I not submit all 60 PDUs that I got only by training people, right? So I can submit only 16 out of 60 as a trainer. Oh, good. No, I cannot share those PDUs with you. They're against the ethics and the professional conduct. But I have an opportunity if you want to be a trainer. So you can take up your own trainings and get your own PDUs in that case. So you don't have to rely on me. So that's what I do in training people, right? So deal. Okay. Thank you. Oh, wow. So that is one of the. You can only submit 16. You cannot submit beyond 16 as a trainer, right? So you need to look for various ways in those PDUs. I'll tell you those ways. I mean, so when you attend a seminar, PMP project management seminar, you get PDUs, like 2 to 3 PDUs for each of the seminar that you attend. For a keynote seminar, you get the PDUs. You deliver trainings, you get PDUs, of course. You attend the training, then you get the PDUs. So there are multiple different ways, right? You can go to pmi.org, and it would give you the list of all the areas from where you can attain those PDUs. So at the end of the 3 years, you need to submit 60 of those PDUs in order to retain your certification. So once you submit those, certificate all automatically get renewed for the next years. Then you submit those PDUs again after 3 years. You can keep on doing that, right? Now, for that, there are few other things that I would like to touch upon that is not written as a part of the uh, part of the presentation here. Now, how many users need to write the certification? 35 PDUs, contact hours, basically. So that you can get. Okay. The things that I would like to discuss. I mean, so at the very first place, the question comes up that why we need a PMP certification and why we needed PMI, as a very first thing, right? Um, you submit 60 separately, yes, of course. So you can submit, let's say, uh, you cannot take up of those. No, that's a single one, single 35 PDU certificate, Nazir. PDUs can be broken up. So you submit 10 now, then you submit 3 more, then you submit 5 more, then you submit 16, then you submit something else. It should count as 60 total in years. Yeah. Okay. The I mean, so I love history, and I read a lot of history. Uh, keen interest. It actually history is the biggest source of learning. I can tell you. There's a lot of things, right? So that is where I came to know about what PMI is. How that came up, right? So World War, right? 38, 1945, right? Have seen the horrors of the World War. All countries ranging from Japan to France to Poland to Germany, Britain, US, all into the. So I was reading about that carpet bombing, which was invented in the Second World War by a British commando. That's that would out of the entire city, right? So Berlin was the dust when bombing happened. Milan was absolutely gone. So those are times when we've seen horrors of the Second War. So Second World War got over in like 1945, right? it took a decade to almost 10 years to come out from the horrors of it, to that the world war is over. You know, it was so pathetic. I mean, those 7 years the world was going on. You know, it's probably uh, the worst of the periods of human history. You know, so in the entire human race, so we not seen destruction of that length. You know, so it hitting. You know, everything was gone, and that was the time when people were suffering the most, right? And uh, so by the 1950s, in the mid of the 50s, like 54, 55, that was the time when came out of the shock of the World War, and they realized that the war is over. War is finally over, and now we need to drop those weapons, and we need to pick up the equipments. We need to start build nations all over again because the entire nations were thrashed, right? Be it Britain, be it France, be it Germany, be it you know, be it United States, they thrashed. No roads, no things, no infrastructure. Everything was mud. You know, uh, so they picked up those equipments then, and they said, okay, so let us now not make weapons anymore. Let's make those equipments and let's build our nation. So what happened in 1950s, in the mid of 50s, that all of a sudden people came up with huge projects. I mean, so if you see all the projects which initiated in 1950s, they were all huge projects, right? Huge buildings, bridge dams, is infrastructure components, huge projects. And the biggest role to play in those was engineers, right? And specifically the mechanical engineers and the civil engineers. The two trades which are known to be as the social engineering, right? So in the where you are sitting right now, if you look around, you most of the things are either civil or mechanical, correct? So right, uh, it's or mechanical in most of the things. So they they see two engineering trades which had a very crucial role when we were in the mid of 50s. Right? What happened is that people were not experienced. People didn't have the experience of working in so huge projects because they've been working very small projects before that, before the World War. Because Ground Plus 10 building was called to be a very huge project in 1930s, right? And 1950s we were doing Ground Plus 60 or Ground Plus 70 floor building, right? So that was very very challenging for those civil engineers and the mechanical engineers, and they started facing problems. And when you start facing problem, you are seek the solution of that, right? So this is the time in 1950s, mid of 50s, that the people realized that we need to have a forum basically because there was no internet. I mean, so I can't Google that. Yeah. So what they did is they established a forum in 1958 in Pennsylvania, United States. PMP was formed. The Project Management Institute was formed, and it was formed by a bunch of civil engineers, right? And they formed it to share the information, the knowledge, the experiences with the rest of the fellow engineers, so they can help them or they can help themselves, in doing those big projects, right? That's where PMI came into existence. Now, moved on in a similar this thing. So that was an encapsulated group only specifically for the civil engineers, right? No other could enter PMI. Now, when 60s happened, and then the 70s, and the Bill Gates and Apple and Microsoft, all those organizations coming in into the street doing huge projects again, right? That time when PMI realized that so PMI cannot be limited all to the to civil engineers because there are project managers in all the trades nowadays, and they all are facing those challenges, the problems, and we need to have forums for them as well, right? And there was a time in the mid of 70s when PMI opens its doors for the rest of the world, right? There's no more an encapsulated one. Uh, so now they all, the common platform for all kind of project managers, not only the civil projects, be it mechanical, be it IT, be it non-IT, be it telecom, any project manager could come and become a part of the PMI, right? And that was when a few of the people started taking up those PMP certification courses, become certified PMPs. Now that kept on happening. Now the book that the PMI made for the project management is called PMBOK. So the next point that you see after the PDUs, you see PMBOK guide, project management body of knowledge. Now this is a book also, but called the body of knowledge, not the book of knowledge. There is a reason behind it. Because books are written by one author, correct? Where if you talk about the PMBOK, the project management body of knowledge, it is a collection of hundreds of project managers contributing their experiences and writing them back to form a book, right? So the PMBOK is called the body of knowledge. That was the first reason. The other reason is that PMI believes that PMBOK is a living thing, and which a living thing has two components. It has and it has body, right? So the believes that this book actually has a soul, and a soul it will reside inside a body, not inside a book, and that is called the PMBOK, the body of knowledge. You understand, right? So this is the guide. That's a textbook. Yes, it is. In 1970s, the ITs and all the other industries were included in PMI. Yeah. Okay. So the the project management body of knowledge is the textbook of the PMP exam. Now the PMBOK, because PMI believes in CCR, the continuing certification requirement, you would see that PMBOK also have versions. So PMBOK started with the version 1. Now the version that we have is version 6. Right. So PMBOK is an updating, evolving book, basically. Just like in our ritual text or in our religious text, you talk about Qurans and you talk about the Purans, the Vedas, the Bible, we all had versions, right? But then finally we had a final revelation, and that is where it stops. Just like Quran has four of those, right? The fourth version, the Quran itself, is final revelation, right? So and it cannot be updated any further. So that's the final revelation for this era and this time for this people. Similarly, this is the Bible. After three versions, now we have the final version with us. But they are these books are not ever. So the Quran will not evolve any further, or a Bible will not evolve any further. But not the same with PMBOK. Will keep on evolving. So it is the holy text for a project manager. Just like Quran is a holy text for me, or Bible is a holy text for me, right? So for a project manager, PMBOK is a holy text, right? So that is for the PMP examinations. Then the REPs, the registered education provider. So Simply Learn is an REP, guys. So the registered education provider with PMI, and PMI authorized us. We can go ahead and deliver those PMP classes to the people, right? Now PMI is an organization, whereas PMP is a credential, as I said. PMI conducts and supervises the PMP examination, and your PMP credential is valid for 3 years. 60 PDUs are required every year to maintain our PMP certification. That was about the PMI, the history of the PMI and the PMP certification. Is that clear to all of us, guys? Are we able to connect to each other? Yeah, going. So, yeah, thank you. One then. About the application requirement for PMP certification examination. Now, there are a couple of criteria for that. how to PDUs. When you submit those PDUs with PMI keeps a track of that. So you submit 16 updated in your record, they submit 10 more, it becomes 46. So they keep a track of that. If you receive a certificate, a PDU certificate, yes, when I claim my 16 PDUs from Simply Learn gave me a 16 PDU certificate and a copy of that certificate with me. So I'm always on top of that how many PDUs I already have with me. Yeah. To maintain the certification upon there is no fees. We are not able to submit those 60 PDUs, then you need to resit in the examination by submitting the fees again. Okay. Okay. Now let's talk about the application requirement for the PMP examination, right? So there are a couple of things. If you have a bachelor's degree, right, you have 35 contact hour certificate which you're going to get after this course, and to have 4,500 hours of leading or directing the project task. When it says leading or directing the project task, it does not mean project manager. So even if you were a part of the planning, even if you were a part of execution, wherein you were leading task, right, of the project, you are eligible. Right? So it is not only as the project manager, but in any role in the project, but be leading the activities. You should be directing those project tasks and activities. Presentation, webinar. I don't. I have to record that. What happens is, Arvind, in just a moment, right? Yes, can work because you're working on projects as a technology lead, right? Yeah, yeah, that works. No problem. 4,500 hours. Somebody asked me that how you track 4,500 hours, and that's why we have an application. So please need to submit an application in which you write the details about your experiences. You write that I worked on a project as this role, were my activities. I worked these many number of hours on that. So you sum it up. It should be 4,500 hours and more. If it is, then you are not eligible to appear in the examination. You need to wait for some more time to get enough experience and go back and see application later. So the app is such that it calculates that how many number of hours you have entered so far. Cross verified if your application is picked for the audit. By that, there are the people that have written in your primary contacts, and they're going to ask them. PMI is going to ask them that the gentleman was actually working on this project as this role for the number of hours. Yes, and multiple projects, of course, Nazir. But that should be in the last 8 years, consecutive 36 months. Fourth column is of project management experience, right? 6 months within the last 8 consecutive years. So you need to have at least 3 years of experience, right? 3 experience. Then only you will have 4,500 hours, right? Then if you are not a graduate, if you have a high school graduation with you, in India 10+2, I guess. Project lead as architect, PM is accepted. Yes, it is, Pankaj. Yes, it is. Okay. Second criteria is if you are a high school graduate, you again need 35 contact hours. You need 7,500 hours of experience. Then, if you grad, right? And should come 7,500 hours should come within the last 5 years consecutive. Those 5 years should not have a break, and those 3 years should not have a break. That should be a continuing experience of 3 or a continuing experience of 5 years in order to be eligible for PMP. In the chat window, please. Yeah. Okay, the next point is about the application. Application can be submitted online at pmi.org, right? PM membership is $129 to join. 1 month break for multiple company. Don't as break. Left this and I joined this. But otherwise, that would be a problem. So the membership is $129. And plus $10 for the application. So when you submit the application, that charges you a piece of $10 for the application, guys. Renewal fees is again $129, as I said earlier as well. So there is no such discount on that. The exam costs are generally are $555 for non-members and $405 for the members. Now, being a member before taking the examination will actually save you some money. Because $29 plus $405 is less than $555, isn't it? Simple math. This PMI itself wants you to become a PMI member, right? That's why that's a lucrative proof that they gives you. So if you're that takes $555, if you're a member, then they take $105, $405. Is can I mention that same? 5 hours per day is still 8 hours, right? So if you work 2 hours here, 2 hours here, 2 hours somewhere else, 8 hours a day only, right? So you can march them up and you show 8 hours of every single day. Projects, multiple projects. When I did my PMP, and I submitted it the same way. So that day you can write 18 hours, but so you can write that. You, and how 18 hours a day? 3 days. I was only on Saturdays and Sundays, right? We wake up, yes, while submit the application. Yeah. So it would save you some money if you become the member first, and then you got to pay for the examination. Right. And then you have once the exam fee is paid, the PMI sends an authorization letter to take the exam, authorized testing center. The examination must be taken within 1 year of receiving the authorization letter. Now that's important point to understand, guys. Examination must be taken within a year of receiving the authorization letter from PMI. Some of the applications are randomly selected for audit. So your application gets picked up for the audit. You have to follow the instructions given in the mail and submit those credentials, right? For more details, you can refer to the PMI's handbook on submitting those, ranging from submitting the applications to authorization to the exam, everything. So you can pmi.org, download that PMP handbook. That is 7 pages. So that's a PDF. Please download that. It means that after every year you need to renew your PMI membership, $129 every year. That you want to do that or renew that or not. But I recommend you to renew it every year. Yeah, every third year. The membership is valid for 1 year. Yeah. How much would it cost to take up the exam if we fail? Another $4 or $5. What else? Renewal 1 year, PMP is 3 years. 4 again. Please should have taken it by now. The membership so far, please go back and do that. Because you'll be able to download your PMBOK, your own PMBOK. know whether you want to renew that every year. I didn't renew it last year, but I did this year because PMI also gives me a lot of options to get those PDUs, right? So that's why I prefer an active member. So if you go and search for me at the PMI right now, so that Sun is an inactive member, is not active. So that yes, next year. If you certificate, then you are in trouble. Then they again have to resit in the examination. You need to prepare examination, give the examination again, become a certified P again. So yeah. So that was about the application requirement for the PMP. Is PIMBA for the PM members? Yes and no, both. Why? Because now you can actually download it from Amazon.com as well. So it is available on Amazon. Just pay the money and download that from there, and it is so yourself as well. Percent. So eight applications out of 100 are selected for the audit. That so it gets picked up for the audit. They need to submit everything that you have claimed in application. So if I'm a graduate, you need to submit that graduation degree. If you, I have worked on these projects, you need to submit the support documents for that. Now you get 3 attempts to pass the examination if you pay only once. No, true. Organization actually need to write it on a piece of paper and hand it over to you. But which can support your claim that you have worked on that particular project. So your HR or your previous boss or somebody would write it on the letterhead of your organization, which verifies that yes, this guy was working as a project manager. So you must have seen those documents says to whom it may concern. Those, even if the organization need to go back and I'm appearing for the PMP examination. My application is in audit, so I support. Yes, your parent company. No letters don't work. E-manager Swati, projects, right? Sorry, Sashi, Swati. If you were working on projects, that's fine. Mission 3 years, 4 years, whatever. Doesn't degree. Directly with the client, the parent company must be knowing that they have placed you to the client. Yeah, place this gentleman to this particular client, a particular project for these many number of years, into number of hours. Simple. For post graduation, yes, it is. Yes, absolutely. So you did your post graduation only after once you were graduate. Yeah. No, having the masters. No, that degree is good enough. In fact, the high school graduation is good enough. I've seen people who are undergrads or who dropped out of the college because of their personal reasons. They are certified PPs and they are doing pretty good work. Yeah, begins is what matters, right? It actually matters. Projects that you have seen. We will send you an Excel which can help you in submitting your application. So Excel sheet wherein you write your experience that converts them automatically into number of hours. You simply copy and paste that from the Excel to the application online and submit it. I can Mukesh have it. Don't mind. Already. Just drop a mail. He'll send that to you. Yes, mail. He'll should be on the company's letterhead. Mukesh at simplylearn.net. SILEARN.net format. You get it from Mukesh. I have mail IDs, guys. So just drop to him. He'll send three strict channel here, right? In Ceylon. So okay. See application requirements and for the PMP. Now let's move on to see a few of the guidelines to complete the PMP application. Now, please do it because that would really help you. Really able to help you. Becoming a PMI member before submitting the PMP application will help you. So become the PMI member first. Enter name and contact details accurately. In that experience field, enter just enough information to meet the eligibility criteria and reference PMI terms. So if I have 20 years of experience, so same content can be copied in 3 company letters. No, projects would be different. The duration of the projects would be different. Your role would be different in that, right? Template. It will is template. You write the information on the template and converts. Yeah. Okay. So coming back to the main course. Uh, Project experience field enter enough information to meet the eligibility criteria with reference to the PMI terms. What that means is that if I have 20 years of experience and if I'm going to appear in the examination now, I would never write that I have 20 years of experience. Why? Because my application gets into the audit, I need proofs of the last 20 years that I've written. I may or may not be able to get those, right? But because I can go with the 3 years of experience, right? So I would rate have say 5 years of experience only, right? Because I have those last 5 years very easily. Can I project planning and 100 in project monitoring? Yes, you can. You can. Yeah, you can. Calculation. I mean, so you can write. So if you have only the execution experience, you get only the execution experience, and if you experience of planning, you can write the planning experience. So that's what sort of work that you have done. Please fake it. Fake it. You'll be in deep trouble. That right. So see the work in brief, focus specifically on the work that you have done yourself, right? All the primary contacts mentioned in your application before submitting it, that makes and make sure that they will be prepared to validate the experiences if required during the audit. I hope it is not mandatory that one needs to be continuously engaged in implementation project. One could have worked in the pre-sales and or support or others. All these, if that pre-sales was a part of your project, you can. Reflective of the project only. Yeah. Yes. But have evidences to prove that you work more than 8 hours in a day. You understand? Now, contact all your primary contacts mentioned in your application before submitting it. It makes sure that they will and make sure that they will be prepared to validate the experience if required during the audit. Now, you need to remember this, right? If you are not sure, ask an existing PMP certified professional to review your application before you submit, and that's why we have Mukesh and the team, right? Whenever you are submitting, or let me say this very clearly here, none of you would submit the application without being reviewed by us. You understand that? Do submit the application until and unless my team verifies it. Send it back to Mukesh and the team. We would, it has all the information, and we'll give a green signal to you and you submit that. Is that without the information? Yeah? Yeah. Okay. So application gets picked up for the audit reference. We give our managers, supervisors mostly. Yeah. Yes, yes, it is. What's what's your name? Mahendra. Okay. Okay. Huh? Agent gets picked up for the audit. Follow the instructions received on the mail. The evidence and submit it. All the best. Right. So it not be that difficult, guys. So these are guidelines to complete PMP application, guys. I'm gonna move on to the about again and wherein you need to focus. So how it happens? So there will be the total duration of 4 hours. So that would be a 4 hour test. Worked with before me, the law left and previous validate. Okay, you can get it from the HR, you can get it from administration, the record management. Somebody be there to validate that, right? Let us do, yeah, Pankaj, and you have your own business. That's good. So that 4 hours exam, ladies and gentlemen, a total of 200 questions will be asked. You need to answer all those 200 questions, but 25 questions are considered as pre-test questions and they'll not be scored. So you'll be judged only on 175 questions, right? But you do not know what these 25 questions are, right? So to answer all 200 correct, and then they'll pick 25 questions and they'll not mark for 25 questions. They'll do 175. Now that a bit tricky because you don't know. Maybe your correct answers, all those 25 questions were your correct answers, and they pick them out of the exam. There are 25 questions which were all correct. They might pick up all the wrong answers and put them out. Gives to pass the examination. Never know. You would never know those 25 questions. Okay. Questions are multi-choice questions with only one correct answer. Now I have all 4 answers which seems correct, but you choose the best out of the 4 because there would be only one correct answer to it. Right? You get 1 point for every right answer. There is no penalty for the wrong answer, so no negative marking, guys. And third, right? PM grades students on each of the 5 process groups and assigns a grading of below target, on target, above target, or needs improvement in each of the 5 process groups. Right? The result, whether you pass or fail, is determined by a combination of these grades. How many grades or number of points one has to score to pass the PMP certification exam is not made public by the PMI. So, if you below average in 2 of the process groups and you have above average in 3 of the process group, you can still pass the exam. But if you target in 4, and if you are need improvement in 1, you can fail. So because they would not disclose that. They would not disclose how they decide that you should get a PMP certification or not. So as an objective, you'll be above target in all 5. For above target in all 5, you definitely will clear. Yeah. Now the syllabus, the number of questions, right? Initiation gives you 26 questions, guys. Planning gives you 48. Execution gives you 62. Monitoring control gives you 50 questions, and closing gives you 14 questions. Now, just think about it. There is one process in closing, close phase, right? That process gives you 14 marks in the examination, and the ranging from the introduction to the initiation has only a couple of processes. So two processes gives you 26 questions. So that becomes 40 questions. So you do three processes only at 5%. I don't PM disclose that. But in general we say 75%. Yes. So 85% answers you get above target. But I'm not sure because the P disclose that. Yeah. Okay. So three processes gives you 40 marks. So that should give you some confidence. PMI requires 36 consecutive months project activity in last 8 years. Does that mean that project activity in first year one and year two of years cannot be counted with? Yes, it does. You need to have continuous 3 years of experience. Yes, James. Correct. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Uh, details, please refer to the PMI examination content on PMI. So this project, if L2 support, come to the project. Just give me some time. I'll just come to it. I just don't want to rush onto it. So let's come back to the projects. I'll tell you the differences. Which process we put my focus to pass it easily. There is thing like this, but three processes gives you 40 marks. That's what I can tell you. Right? Come in initiation, one of them in closing. Three processes gives you 40 marks. So it help you in past examination. Most questions would come from the monitoring, control, and execution. Most of them would in these two areas. What we're going to do now is, guys, so it is almost a couple of hours now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull out a poll for you. Right? So I'll just try see that we are moving so far. Are we too slow? What are we able to connect? Right. So for that, I want you guys to poll, and I'll just open it up now. Let's LVC slide should be here. How are we doing? Yeah. So we'll fill this poll, and then probably we'll take a 15 minutes break. I need a break now because it's been a couple of hours me speaking continuously. So we'll do that, and afterwards, after the break, we'll come back and we'll start with what is it. Poll in front of you guys. So I believe the discussion is good. We are able to connect to each other. We are able to understand that, right? Yeah, going smooth. Now, so that give me a lot of pain now. So, yeah, question. Poll is maybe because they are using Android devices or the iOS devices. So it's not available on the mobile application. So don't worry. You can respond. So fine. Break. Just hang on with me. So we have it right. So it's almost okay. Still have like 7 people to be available. Exactly. We'll have a lot of questions from them. Plan because it has 48 questions, but you have 60 questions from execution and 50 questions from control. Results just give me uh, day one morning. Okay. Okay, so I'm stopping the share now. It is almost 11:04. I'll take a break and I'll see you at 11:20 India time. Would that work? So let's meet at 11:20 India time. It would be like 16 minutes from now. We'll come back and we'll discuss the rest of the things. Thank you so much for joining and you fantastic. I mean, so much for that. I'll keep myself on mute and we'll see you after break. Thank you. 1, 2, 3. Hey, can you hear me? Loud and well. So we can start that post-preparation now, and thank you so much. It was a much needed break, and for the next couple of hours now. Uh, okay, so begin from we left off before the break. So I'm gonna share my screen real quick with you. You can see that screen, and I'm sharing on 3, 2, 1. Now, you know when you can see that? Yeah. Thanks, Nazir. Okay, James. Okay, you can see this, right? Oh, before the break, we've been talking about the examination that what is the format of the examination, how many questions that we have, from which section we have that, right, and all of those things. From here now. So the next step, as we move on to the syllabus part, that's the syllabus that we're going to have for the PMP examination as per the PMBOK 6, guys. Now, there are 5 process groups and 10 knowledge areas and 49 processes in the new PMBOK guide, the 6th edition. Questions from would come from those areas, right? So the 5 process groups that we have are initiation, planning, execution, monitoring, control, and closing. And 10 knowledge areas are integration, scope, schedule, cost, quality, resource, communication, risk, procurement, and the stakeholders, right? Now, project management processes are given between those 5 process groups and 10 knowledge areas. Now, to understand that, use an sheet, and that Excel sheet will as our records or as a notes, right? At the end of the course, when we are done with all the 9 classes, I'm here that Excel with you so that you can keep that as the notes part and refer that back whenever you want to revisit something that we did in the class. So you can always go back to that Excel, and so that it can have a record of that. That should help you, right? So, and I do that for all of my batches. So on the very first day, we start an Excel sheet and keep on updating that Excel sheet for all the 9 classes that we do. At the end of the class, at the end of the course, I share Excel with the participants. That's right. So use of that Excel to understand this is, but we'll do it in just a bit. So for you just need to remember, and I believe you can do that. You need to remember that there are 5 process groups, 10 areas, and 49 processes in the PMBOK guide. So you may or may not understand what a process means right now. You will do eventually later. I mean, so when we go to the details of those, you'll definitely know what these are, right? So, but this is the, hey guys, am I audible with me? Yeah, I just thought the last you. Yeah, got it. Thank you. So that's the 5 groups, 10 knowledge areas, 49 processes. There are between the PMBOK 5 and the PMBOK 6. Now let's changes, right? So in PMBOK there were 47 processes. Now in 6 49 processes. So what happened is that there are 3 new processes which are included in PMBOK, and then process which has been removed previous processes, right? So the 3 processes which are included in PMBOK 6 are manage project knowledge, that's a part of execution and integration management. We control resources, which is a part of monitoring control. There should be process groups, and what is that? Okay. Yes, there's groups. Yes, there should be. No, there are 5 more processes. There are 3 more processes which were added and removed. All the number is 40. Mic test check 1, 2, 3. Audible. Okay. So that is the managed project knowledge. That's a process which has been added in execution in integration management. Then you hold the resources. Uh, PMP 47 processes. PMBOK 47. Yeah, I'll just come to that. Don't worry. Don't worry. And then you have which is in monitoring control part now, and risk response again monitoring control part. There are the 3 which are added, and then we have removed one which is close procurement. So initially the closing process group guys had 2 processes: closing project and closing the procurement. Now closing the procurement has been from that. A few of those things has been added as a part of managing the procurement, right? In the monitoring control or controlling the procurement. So that has added there, and the inputs from that, the outputs from that process goes as an input for the closing process. Right? So that has been removed. So we had 47, we had 3 becomes 50, minus 1 becomes 49. So that's the number now. So 49 processes that we have. Is that clear to all of us? Yeah, fantastic. Lessons in the PMP certification course that we're going to do in 9 classes that we have. So the introduction and overview which we are doing right now. Then we have the professional and the social responsibility as lesson number 2. Then project management framework, lesson number 3. We have project management processes. That's lesson 4. These are the 4 building blocks over which you have the rest of the course mounted up, right? So that from the 15th lesson onwards up to 14th lesson, you have the 10 areas ranging from integration management to scope to schedule to quality to resources, communication, risk, procurement, stakeholders. So these from 5th to 4th, these are the knowledge areas that we have. And have sorry, and then you of PA list of knowledges and skills. That's the lesson number 15. So the 15 lessons that we are citing to complete in the next 9 classes that we're going to have together. Of course, the project would be there. That's the idea. That's the intent that we can cover these things, right? So an overview is almost halfway now. I'll move the screen and go to you. That's white me. So I believe it is not overly content now. So that's on the side now. Yeah. Okay. This is the tutorial that we're gonna have, and you have the same tutorial on your OSL as well. So when you go online onto your LMS system, the tutorials that you have the same 15 chapters there as well. There can be a sync between those 2 things, right? So the more you do a couple of chapters here, you can go back and do a couple of chapters there. Then from tomorrow, do another couple of chapters and do the same there. Sometimes you can go through both of these and to have a better understanding approach that I would suggest you to go with. Right. So let's start this now. Let's with a very few basics, and that's where the actual learning begins. The basic definitions, the project benefit of the project management, why do some projects fail, and the role of the project manager. Yeah. So the basic definitions, one that you see right now, PDF that you see here. Maybe so you might have a couple of more slides into it, two of more queries and questions slides, or maybe the scenario slides. right? So I pick and choose the ones that are important. Although I try to keep all of these. You might have one or two slides which are extra there in PDF than this presentation, but do something extra. There is nothing short, right? It's on that. Okay, let's start with the basic definition. That's where the learning starts, guys. What I would request you to focus on what I'm saying for half an hour, because that would give you a base of it, right? If you understand that. So I got a habit of attaching every concept with a story. So if you remember, because your stories has a recall value, right? So we still remember the stories that our mother and father taught us, small kids, right? The bedtime stories, right? We still remember them. Big value. Which can be visualized, right? So I take that as an approach, and I connect every single concept with a line. Yeah. And if you simply that story, remember the concept, right? So from that, so we start with very first thing, we doing the project management professional course, right? Now, what is it, guys? How is it? What is it? What's your, sorry, tempo, and unique? Well, start it, can't be. Oh, so that's good. You have already read some material about project management. Because definitions actually connects more to the official definitions of the project. But that's good that you have an idea about it. That's good for the first timer, because you all said that you are attending it for the first time. Go with predefined set of rules and planning. Yep, that's good. I mean, let's talk about it. What is it? I mean, what PMI says, what PMBOK says about the project management. The P say a project is a temporary endeavor undertaken to create a unique product, service, or result. Now, just read between the lines here. It says a couple of things. First, it's a temporary endeavor which is undertaken to create a unique product. The second word is unique, right? So, unique product, service, or result. Now, guess saying it is any project in the world, guys. Can you only couple of outputs, because some might take result as a service, So I take result as a service. So, world can give only couple of outputs. It gives you a product or it gives you service, correct? Or it is a service, right? And the venture that you do is temporary venture. Just like you have a project in which you want to say design a water bottle, because the nearest object that I have with me right now, so I just took it. Right? So that water bottle that you see, somebody have designed it, and it's a bottle here. So and it, set up a plant for that, and he started the production of that. Whatever company, whichever company it is Cello. It is. Okay. Now for water bottle, it was ongoing ever, doing project. It had it and I finished it, correct? So that is temporary. That's a temporary endeavor. And because that might have taken like 3 months or 4 months, maybe 5 months, maybe a year, maybe 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, 20 years. What is the length of the project? It would start at one point and it would end at one point. It would keep on going, you know. So that a temporary endeavor, right? But now, second reason why it is called temporary is because of the team. The Cello is the name of the company, by the way. So the team who was designing that bottle was a temporary team.
So the project is over, and they decided to produce some other design bottle, right? They're a different team, correct? So there'll be new people joining in the team, and they work that project. Once the project is over, the team disbands, and then third project they might have another team, right? So the team is also not permanent. The team is so temporary. You agree on that? Yeah, because they're also temporary, and the project itself is temporary, right? So that's why it is called a temporary endeavor. Which product now unique? How it is unique? Because that I see there, I wish if you could see that. That's a very good design here. So that product, why? You would not have absolutely similar bottle anywhere in the world. You can't have it. Some other company might have a similar design. So either design will be different, or the material will be different, or the process will be different. Quality checks would be different. The people who were involved would be different. So there has to be something which is different between this product and the other product. You agree that? Give me that unique product. What makes it unique product? So the endeavor undertaken to create a unique product, service, or result. Vodafone services are different from other, say, Orange services, different telecom companies, and they have different products, right? And now their products are similar, so they have some uniqueness with them, right? So that is the project. Now it's are performed by people trained by the limited resources, right? Are once and finished, planned, executed, and controlled, and they are temporary in nature, right? Read that again. So it says it is done by people, of course. It is constrained by the limited resources. You have very limited resources to do the project, right? You can never have unlimited supply of the resources in your project, right? In fact, that's the reason why we've been talking about that Second World War, and we talked about Germany and Hitler. That Hitler was defeated because a certain time, because his forces were too stretched, that he would not sustain or could not have the supply of the people and power on the field. That's why he lost, right? So have limited supply of the resources. So your resources will always be limited, right? So once and finished. So once you are done with this bottle, so it is there. So you do that again. You would probably make a different bottle then. These are executed and controlled, and these are all temporary in nature, right? So the traits of a project, right? Now the project operations differ primarily in that operations are ongoing and repetitive, while projects are a temporary and unique endeavor. For an example, I'll take the same bottle. Now, so only a single bottle, correct? Millions of similar bottles. Millions of similar bottles that you see in the market, which are absolutely similar, the standard products, right? Now the outputs of the operations, that's a relative, ongoing effort, right? Which produce the standard product, just like cars, right? So you have, say, so I drive a Honda City, right? So I have so many of those Honda Cities in the market on the roads. They all look absolutely similar. Same specifications, same engines, same tires, same everything, right? But these are the outputs of an operation. You understand between these two? Give me a judgment, please. Yeah. Okay. Now, can contain repetitive elements within project within the temporary endeavor. You can repetitive elements. Product operation, yes, absolutely correct, Piyush. Yeah. Do not change the unique characteristics of the product. Like you must have heard about agile. You heard about agile, guys? Now the uh, you know famous word that we hear every time. Agile is when you repeat the process many times while still in the project, and you produce the output based on many of those iterations, many of those sprints, many of those repetitions. Correct? Now that project, that does not change the unique characteristic of the project, right? The output result would still be unique. In project, you can repeat it multiple times. The phases, the project groups are getting repeated multiple times. In that every phase, there is a shift. Yeah, the project. You don't want it here. I want to just tell you the definition and move on. I want to go to understand. I didn't get anything. Service won't fit in the project since there is it's your BAU which never ends, or your exam that operations team which is maintenance the software and versus a it's not a project. It's not a project. It's not a project. Government, and that is what we are seeing here. So who was this? This was Mr. Gould, right? So okay. So yes. So it's about operations team. If you talk about the support team, if you talk about managed services team, these are the teams which takes on the project once it is completed, isn't it? One implementation, say suppose for an example, so I did an implementation of Concur. So Concur is a T&D solution, right? So I did the implementation for Pepsi in about 14 different countries, right? So in entire AMENA section. Say Thailand. So when I was in Thailand and delivering that project as a project manager, that was a project, right? So with the entire customizations, we kept all the checks and balances, and we optimized our Concur solution as per the travel policy of right, and over that. Now once over that, there's a support team who's going to take care of the Concur for the, say suppose next couple of years, right? They'll take care of it, and we outsourced it to IBM, right? So IBM's team is working on that. Right? Now the team is operations team. So you deliver that to the customer, you will deliver it to the operations team, and the operations team takes it through, for a longer period of time with no debt, as you said. Right? So just like another example, so suppose Honda City car itself. So when we're setting up the plant for Honda or manufacturing plant, that was a project. That timeline that I need to deliver this plant within 3 years, right? So once delivered and once the button starts and you start producing those vehicles, goes into operations. Yeah, production, the support or the operation or maintenance begins, and that is the part when it enters into the operations, right? So that's that. So the within the project scope can fit in project once the project is due. Yes, absolutely correct. Yeah, makes sense. Okay. Let's put a perspective now. So the definition that let's into operations can still come the end. For example, shut plant can be taken up as a project. You see, just I work for an organization which is called OSC or IOCL, right? So that's a PSU, right? Refinery, Visakhapatnam, right? Rule of the government here in India that every year you force the operation into the project, and absolutely yes. Now it come a product. Let's not go into the product. Let's not confuse ourselves. I'll come back to product. Product can include both. It can have the projects. It can have the operations both. Yeah. One word, enhancement activities to make service better is again a project. That's a project. That's what I'm saying, Mr. Goel. That let's come back to it. Let's come back to the product life cycle. So once we are in product life cycle, I'll be better position to answer that question. They have to to the product life cycle rather than the project definition right now. So I don't do that. So we will come to the differences between the project life cycle and the product life cycle. We'll come back and touch that point. Yeah. Okay. Now let's go and put that into perspective. What I'm going to do is I'll be opening an Excel. So I'll just here. Okay. In front of me. Can you see that Excel, guys? Give me a yes. Yeah. You can see. Now I'm going to zoom it out a bit so that okay. Here. So project. So we talked about the project, right? Remove out of the project. So activity to enable the service or create a product is a bit, but once it's ready for the delivery, it's moved. A single project ends there. A single there, and might be another project for that. Maybe for taking it out into market. A marketing project or a sales project or logistics or yeah, you understood that? So okay, but let's go back. So we have the project, guys, right? And said it's a temporary and to produce a unique product service. That's the question. Now, if a project, anything which has a temporary timeline and with you a unique product or service is a project, you agree on that? And anything? Yes? Sorry. Yeah, true. In that case, let's take a project to understand that how the actual project management works, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take an example of a project here and a very, very generic one of the one that we can all, connect to, because I'm going to also talk about that syllabus part that we have. So you need to remember that you have 5 process groups, 10 areas, 14 processes. That is all what you have to do so far as of now, right? So let's move it. Any requirement for a project, including enhancement or feature required, it becomes maintenance of the product or service. Enhancements are projects, right? But what we are doing is we are mixing it up too much, right? So there is a difference between the product life cycle and a project life cycle. So what you think the questions are more of the product life cycles, right? Yeah, we'll be coming later. Timeline, minimum timeline. There can be a project which can be as small as half an hour. If that fits into the equation. A temporary endeavor, you have service or result. That's a project, right? And I'm going to do now small example here of a project that do documentation training the client, project or operation. That's an operational part. Mostly, that's a part of operating. You have a project manager for that training. Take it up as a project. So that's what I'm saying, that we are mixing it up too much. So is it ready to that every 5 main project is mandatory? I'm coming to now. Fair to say the BAU cannot be termed as a project, rather it is service operations. We have not achieved anything except continuous improvement. Service improvement, I mean, so now again tricky. So if the customer asks you something which was not the part of the initial, which was not initial scope, and now customer asks for that improvement, that's treated as a separate project. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Coming back. Yeah. Like an example. Uh, I don't know how many of you guys does it, but I do it every single day. I start my day starts very early in the morning. So at like 4:30, quarter to 5, day Saturday, whatever day it is. So 4:30, quarter 5, maximum 5 o'clock is when it starts. Right? Very early rises since the last what now 40 years. Right? So what I do first thing in the morning is to fresh up and start project. What is that is morning tea. Is it guys? Why why it is not? Tell me. Give me the reason. It's repetitive. It's not. I'm creating a different product each time. Different design of water bottle, but they work. So is a unique output, yes or no? No, it will not be the same. Is my yes because yesterday and the amount used today are same operation. Today machine that's an operation. But for who makes the tea himself, that's a unique product, right? Then the different, Arvind. Process would be different. For how much time you boiled it, how much sugar you added, then how much water you added, it would always be different with the machine that's in operation because that output amount exactly same process, right? The operation. Talk about it. Mining tea is a project, guys. It's not a process. Okay. Now, if as a project, there are a couple of things here. Now, I another 10 minutes of you. Pure is here. Pure on the screen. And hear me out. Questions. Standardized. No, I'm not going to do that. Arvind, just hear out for the next 10 minutes. Can you help me with this, buddy? Just hear me next 10 minutes. Yeah? And questions. I'm going to take questions after the discussion. Deal? Okay. So, morning, guys. We're never giving you a unique product, service, or result. A unique product. End of the story. Yeah? Okay. Now, back. So, at project life cycle. So, the life cycle. Project every small, big, whatever size, whatever shape, a project in life will go through 5 different areas for sure. 5 different areas. What are areas? Projects will be initiated. You have sorry, you execute you have to monitor and the project. You have to choose the project. These are the areas of the project. Pradeep, hang on with me 10 minutes. I asked for 10 minutes, right? And I'll ask all those questions. Okay. So you have planning, you have execution, you have monitoring and control, and you have close. These are 5 phases of the life cycle of the project. And please pardon me for this sneezing. I'm suffering from bad cough and cold. So I hope you. That's okay. These are process groups, guys. Process groups. Them, right? So 5 process groups. Any execution, monitoring and control, and closing. Now, the project go through all of these 5 process groups. These are not called phases of the project. Phase are different things. Now, can vary from vertical and one kind of project to other vertical and another kind of project, right? Groups remain the same. So the groups, these are not phases of the project. All of us. So what we have is groups. Okay. Now, beat any project, guys. When a project, the focus is to initiate it. Now, a small project or a big project, when I say initiate, what I mean? Initiation basically answers a base question. That is why. This is what is, guys, doing this project. What is the need of project? Right? The object of that. Yeah? The biggest reason of taking up a project, guys? Tell me. The biggest business opportunity. Correct? It's the opportunity. You have that. What does those projects? Because that's a business opportunity. So I have something for $10 and I say for $15 and I get an ROI of 50%. Revenue that I get. So the opportunity. Or it may be because challenge. So there is that I want to get rid of, that I can take up a project. That's number 2. Then you have so just like there is pollution, there is traffic congestion, there are some social causes, and cities are not clean. So I have a project for social causes. Yeah. Then they also have to a system, an existing system, using a manual system, entering customers' data, and I want to automate that for a better control and a better reporting. So automation can be a project, right? So these are different reasons of taking up that project, right? Can be a reason to undertake the project. Yes, can be. Yeah, agree on that. Okay. So this is what is answered here in initiation. That why on we are doing this project because of a business case, a business opportunity, or maybe because of social cause, some system to make something better. This is what an initiation. So, and finally, it can be a personal need. It can need, just like I have a piece of land with me. And I have to make a small house for my kids. Not sell that house. So this is not business opportunity. I'm doing any existing system. I'm not for the social cause, but I'm doing it for my own need. So that's my own personal need to have a house for my kids are grown up, so they need a house, right? So that is it. So I have a piece of land and I build a house on that. That's a first on lead. So that again be a reason for taking out project. Okay. Now, so what is morning tea? Morning tea. Need. Yeah, that's in a person need. So wake up and not want anybody else to prepare that tea for me because I don't like the taste. Have tea to be made by myself. You know, much of a tea drinker. I have one cup of tea in the morning, and that's all. I don't take another cup, but I eat that to my own. You know, as per my station. That I initiated the project. Now talk about planning. So the second process group where I enter, deciding at quarter 5, I decided that yes, I'm gonna make a cup of tea. That project, you know, planning. So what I need to plan, guys? I plan all the resources needed in order to complete the project. What are resources? But the non 15 minutes project. Come on, what are you telling me? Work tea in the morning and that keeps going on. Right? So, and the product is also not going on forever. Hang on. Stay with me. Stay with me. Stay with me. Okay. So when I plan for resources. Also, I need the water, I need the sugar, I need the milk, I need the tea bags, I need the, you know. So I need to make sure that I have all of these things available, and then need to foresee the risk in that. Myself. So that's me. Probably project charter for this project, but we treat it as a sponsor manager. You tell everything. Plan for that. Then you need to plan for the risk. What if I don't have milk? I'm gonna get milk at 4:45 in the morning. Right? Go out and buy it from a 24/7 shop. But for I need the money in my pocket. So that's an alternate plan, right? So I have to see if I have money with me. If I have the money, do I have a nearby ATM which has the money? Because in India, that's chaos. But risk, the high level risk in the project, right? So that, but in black tea, you can. That's a different. That's on you. Yes. You risk. Yeah. Good. So that is okay. Now you are done with the planning. What would happen? Go into the execution of it. Is it? You'll that. What do in execution? You fill the gas, put on the utensils, put in the water, and the moment you start execution, at the same moment you start monitoring control. Correct? Moment execution, you all start monitoring control. In fact, monitoring and control is an upper umbrella. So initiated when you did your project, it was also a monitored, a caution while you initiated the project. When you were planning, the monitoring was also going on. All the activities of the monitoring were less as to that of that they have at the time of execution. Now, once execution, that's pure execution, monitoring and control goes hand in hand here. Just like so you execute, you monitor, then you execute, monitor. Back and forth, right? So switch on the gas, put on the utensils, and put in the water. You immediately start monitoring. Yeah, monitoring. That moment it starts boiling. So that's what monitoring is. So you keep on monitoring. that the moment it boils, I'm going to put in some, sugar. Then oil. Put in some, tea bags or a spoon of tea, right? Then I, see when it's boiling again. Then I put in the milk and then watch it. And I'm standing there with brush in my, brush and standing there and doing the continuous monitoring, right? Keep on increasing the same and increasing the same. You understand? It's gas same, right? So you do that. You increase it, then decrease it, increase it, and then decrease it. What if you do not monitor the TV out of the utensils? Correct? A continuous monitoring and control onto this. I have to visualize this. You guys are visualize this, right? Right? So you keep increasing the same, decreasing the same, and you keep on doing that, right? Continuing control, right? And finally, when the tea is ready, when the tea is boiled and it is ready, hot, right? You close. Product is ready. Yes, ready. Then pour that into a cup of tea. Now that's is it a a standard product or a unique product? Tell me. So unique on that. It's unique product. I can bet the tea you made yesterday and that you make today are completely different. Have a sort of similar taste, similar, but the quality of the material, the boiling time that you gave it, the process that you followed can all be different. Yeah, that's a project. That's a project. 20 minutes project in which a cup of tea and then attendable giving you a unique output. Left side, hence proof. Yeah. Okay. Right? Okay. Okay. That is where these 5 process groups comes into the picture. Is that to all of us? Yes. Fantastic. Okay. Now, said for standardize all processes of making. Tell me, Arvind. I mean, only the process can be standardized. That you need to boil it first, then you need to put in the sugar, then you need. If you then operation. If you that yeah, you can have cups, but you would have progressive. You understand progressive elaboration, guys? You understand progressive elaboration? If you don't, let me tell you. Now the progressive elaboration implement your project and then daily operations. Yes, absolutely. There you go. Yes. Let me tell you the point. Let me. Okay. If say I'm measuring cups, I have standards, I have processes. These are the processes which are strengthening your project execution. That absolutely correct. But would not change the unique characteristic of the product. It will characteristic of the product. Why? And why? Because of one word, progressive elaboration. Now let us understand that as well. I mean, and I'm going into the details of that because you asked too many of those questions. So let me go into the details of that. Okay, so there is a concept of progressive elaboration. That means what? That means that you might have, let's say for an example, there are two different towers, tower B, basically, right? So tower B can look absolutely similar, facade, same elevation, same floor plan, same quality of material, you know, same kind of carpets, everything absolutely same. These two same product or two different products. These are right. Why different? I'll tell you why. Because progressive elaboration was different. Now, what in my progressive elaboration? We mean that is that when we planning for that project, we all this, right? Now, when we elaborated those phases, okay, so I said first I'm gonna do this work, then do the substructure, then I'm gonna do the superstructure, then I'm do the finishing. So that's my standard. But execution came up and elaborated the project. So it happened that on project one, first I made the substructure column 1, then column 2, column 3, column 4 were on different positions. Whereas I did the same work, although the process was similar, and I did it on the second building, right? I first made column 2, then column 1, then 3 and 4, right? And I got very small example here. There are more than 1 million activities that you're going to do or undertake when you make a G plus 10 building. You cannot be sure that all of these activities happened absolutely same way in both the projects. Can you agree? So have a different progressive elaboration of all the projects and be making a project. Because you can say anything, right? I have standard curves, I have measuring, but the progressive elaboration yesterday, progressive elaboration today was different. You agree on that? That's a project. Yeah. And that's the beauty now. If this ends that, I'm satisfied. Okay. Wait. In the morning, I take only 1 cup of tea in a day. Thank you. Now, that these are the 5 process groups. There is a lot to it. That is all the knowledge area. Now, how make bag is a product. Make tea bag is an operation. A system wherein you're gonna make those tea bags, that was a project. That output that you see are an output of the operation. Is an output of an operation, gentlemen. Setup making those tea bags was a project. Yeah. Okay. You see that happens. That is the reason why I asked you: is that your first project management class? If now, are you a single liner here which you promise you will not forget? I'm telling you here. You know what it means that you should always keep that in your mind when you sit in a class. You know that is that in project management in course you learn a lot of things. Hear me out. You need to be 100 things, but trust to me, these are easy parts. Part you learn 50 things on and that difficult part. Now you find always that in management you learn a lot of things, but you learn even more things, and you be always open to learn. Because that's and I've seen our gentlemen sitting here who are working since 1983. Now that 1983, my age was like what, 9 years, and working and those projects, for years. Now on so many of those projects, yes. So working on so many of those projects, you have a sign, correct, and you perception, and will not fit into perception. As I see, I would always go and say I don't believe this, or I don't agree with this, and then you're doing this discussion, right? You should be able to unlearn. You here, right? Yes. The important thing in the world is change. That's right. Most common in the world is change, right? Oh, going to the syllabus now. So the fastest groups. Yes, not I guess. Right. Uh, okay. Back to the process groups, guys. So 5 areas which are there in a project's life cycle, right? Now, that was 1, got divided into 5. Now let me have the leap. Then the third, so the first was a project, second process group, second area. That third is phase. At times, each of the phase can have an entire life cycle of process groups. Can be, yeah. Okay, in just a bit. Now, so 5 process groups, guys. We have another thing. Which area? Knowledge area is what? Knowledge area is a field which is that you as a project manager needs to have the knowledge about. Those areas of project if you are a project manager. Right? So what I need to know as the project manager, that along those 5 process groups, I need to possess knowledge of 10 different areas. What are those 10? And that is why these are called knowledge areas. The areas I need to possess the knowledge about. Right? What are these 10 areas? It all with integration management. Have integration. So I'm writing integration. Scope management. Cost management. Management. Right? Management. Procurement. So if you these 10, count at the bottom right hand side, says 10. Yeah. In the integration. So I'm up the spelling here. Integration, scope, cost, quality, resource, community, risk, procurement, stakeholder. 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Bingo. Now, this is how given in the PMBOK, but it looks like this. So I'll come back to it. Very good question. They are this in BOK, but they essentially does not follow the same, right? So I'll come back to that. So when in when you project, right, you know couple of things in the areas. Two things, knowledges that you when you initiate the project, right? One here is in integration management. One is in the stakeholder management. That you should know when you initiate. So you know all 10 areas when you are planning. You know 6 areas when you are executing. You know areas when you are monitoring and controlling it, or all 10 areas when you are monitoring and controlling it, and you need to know one area when you're using it. So these that you need to have as per the process groups, right? Because as a nation of those areas and the process groups, we are final entry, and our is called the process, PRESS, process. Now, the process is a cause of the process group and knowledge area of that. So let's make an intersection here first. So I'll just make an intersection. So first I'm going to add as, so I'll just, and I'm that Excel for all classes, and I'm going to give that Excel to you guys. Here, knowledge area. Now we have 10 of these. So I'm okay. I just go here. And stretch it a bit. Okay. Alright, so I'm going through. I'm so sorry for that. Okay. Here. Oh, that's smart. Okay, that's good. Can you see? Yeah. Right. So you have groups, you have knowledge areas, in planning, execution, monitoring, control, and closing, and then you have integration, scope, schedule, quality, resources, communication, risk, procurement, and stakeholders here, right? So that's called the frame of project management, guys. The frame of project management. Now, still one thing which is fine here, which is the processes. So if you see, we start one project, making one project, go process group, then into 10 knowledge areas, and becomes 49 processes. Now, each 49 processes would have 3 things: inputs, tools, and techniques, and output. We can talk about them later. So let's come and let's see the process part. Now, there are 49 processes. 49 processes. When in initiation, you do only couple of things. You do here intersection of initiation and integration management. This is project charter. Project charter. So I'm just right here. So you charter, right? And the other that you do is here in the stakeholder management, we identify SH stakeholder. Okay. So you write these are you're gonna do when initiate the project. You make charter which authorizes you as a project manager to go into the project and to identify the stakeholders. Then you move planning. Planning. Oh my goodness, it has 24 processes, guys. So the plan, the most important and most complex part of the project. What do you do when you plan? You start integration management. What do you do in that? You project management plan. Management plan. Here, in integration. When you come to scope, you do 4 different things in planning. What do you make scope management? Then requirement. So I'm writing requirement. Gather GAT only this much. You do what? Then find the scope. Define scope. The WBS. These processes that you do, and I'm just gonna write. Okay. So you have scope management and then running the scope and developing the WBS. These are 4 processes that you do when you are planning, right? Similarly, come down to schedule. Now, schedule planning. Let WBS right now. Let's focus here. I'm just telling you what are the things that you do. I'll go into the details of all of these one in the next 8 classes, right? You can't do that day one. WBS. Yes, in the same sequence. After the same sequence. Schedule, gentlemen. What do you do in schedule? So you make schedule management plan. Then activities, identify activities, see activities, sequence. Then you activity duration as EAD, estimate activity duration, and then develop this schedule. Schedule. These things. So if you see the commas, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. These are things that you do when you are schedule management planning, right? Similarly, when you come to the cost, you make a cost management plan. Then you cost budget. Develop 3 action EAD as activity duration. You make quality management plan. Quality plan. These 2 things, ladies and gentlemen. Resource management, estimate activity resources. Commission, management plan, risk, goodness, so many things. Management, identity risk, quality analysis, quantitative analysis, response, processes, estimate EAD. The risk, guys, coming down to the procurement. So if we come down to here, you make procurement management plan. You make stakeholder management plan. These things do when you're in planning, risk response, RR, risk response. These are things that you do when you are in planning. Now let's count them. It should be 24. It should be 4. So let's count 1 plus 1, 2 plus 5, 7. 8, 8 plus 2, 10, plus 11, 11 3, 11 plus 14, right? 14 plus schedule 5, 19, 19 plus scope 23, 23 plus 1 project management plan. How? 24. Yeah. 4. When to execution, guys? In execution, what do you do? In mission management, you make and manage Execute project work. Or manage project work. Not that. Direct and manage work and manage knowledge. Project, that's a new process. Manage project knowledge. When you got a question for you, can you execute scope? Yes or no? Execute scope. You can validate the scope or control the scope, correct? You can execute, right? That is why PMI doesn't give you any process here in the scope. Can you schedule? Yes. Yes. That's why calculate the cost. You cannot. You can again the cost, right? That's why. Can you? Can. Yeah. What is assurance? What do you that does that happen in quality? It doesn't happen in the execution and monitoring control. Assurance in execution, correct? The quality is in monitoring control, right? Validate in the execution. Yeah. Okay. That's you have quality assurance, right? Sources. Everything, almost everything is done here in execution. Correct? Because you only estimate the resources in the planning. Do you onboard the resources at the time of planning? Tell me, yes or no? Why not? Why not? The resources at the time of planning, correct? Because me much more. The work would start the next month. I'm just doing planning. Can I take those resources? No, because without any reason, correct? So eventually, what is that you? Yes, I just the resources at the planning. Yes, so can do now. So what I is for the team, which is called acquire team and the team. These that I do when I in the resources. These three processes. Communication. What do? You manage the communication here. Manage the communication, right? What you a risk response plan for cost approval won't come in execution. No, cost approval was taken up when you develop the budget, correct? Then why come in the execution? Okay, so guys, so what you would do is implement what you have planned. Implement risk response. Yes, correct. Procurement. It makes sense, right? It all makes sense. So if you back to your projects, that makes sense. Schedule, monitoring, control, guys. That's about, yeah. Let's back to monitoring control just a bit. Hang on. Procurement. Whoa, you conduct procurement. So execution when you procure the things, correct? It is you procure. Yeah. Okay. Stakeholder. What do you start your stakeholders? Stakeholder engagement. Be 10. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 plus 3, 8, and 2. Bingo. So, yeah, coming back monitoring control now. That's in control. Monitoring control. What do you do in integration? You turn proc and you integrated change control. One of the most processes is change control. In short, it is called ICC. Change control. Right? Then you come to scope. What do you do? Validate the scope. Scope. Two price. Cut the schedule. Cost. Roll cost. Quality. Are we all managing the quality in box 6? But I still go the old school. I call it quality. The quality control, basically. All the resources. Communicate. Monitor. Known as controlling the agent. Risk. Risk. Or monitor risk. What you want to say? Risk. Procurement. Procurement. Stakeholder. Monitor. Cal 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Bingo. So we have now. We see it. We had 2, right? So I write them here. So I have when I planning had 4. Correct. When I went the execution, how many I had, guys? How 10. Well, when I'm entering control, how many I have? 12. So I have closing. I have only 1. So I'm going to that one process here, which is close project phase. Okay. Now, so then here, 12 here, right? If you calculate them, 20 is 10, 34, 36, 30 plus 1, 37 plus 2, 39 plus 10, 14. And that for soul, that's written in Bible. Oh my goodness. You see that? That's the phrase of fraudulent. Change in scope. What is the validation? This validating the scope and controlling the scope then. Question. Ganpati. You understand? Yeah. Using the scope. So that's there in monitoring control. Validate the scope and controlling the scope. Right? Yeah. So any will be dealt there in those 2 processes. Next. Yeah. Thank you. How much you, Shiva? 12 years? Bingo. You see that? That would as well. Okay. Now, manage, Pankaj. This is what project management is all about, guys. And the beauty of this framework is that it's not specific to a domain. That is the domain. So it's the same into an IT project, non-project, construction project, whatever that I have done, and trust you me, I've done more than 50 life cycles of the project so far in the last 3 years of my life. And I cross all the world. Why? Because the only thing that Sachin is good at is this framework. Back to me and ask me that how you remember 49 processes. And I give a very simple answer. Trust you, you cannot mark this. You can this. Yeah, you able to mug it. Mug that. And so India call mug. And you, now it's not practicing. It's about practicing. What it is. Yeah. That logical sequence, you answered it, Gaurav. You answered it. Logical sequence of any project that you have done as project manager. So if one project from start to finish as a project manager, yeah, one project from creation to closing, you're able to have a logical connection. And tell me you don't have it. Because exactly what you do when you are the project manager. When you initiate, what do? You make a charter to be authorized as a project manager and identify who all are the stakeholders in the project. What is the rocket science in this? Nothing. You agree? Is same process that you follow? Go into the planning. What is the first thing that you do? You start a scope, correct? Because you cannot have a timeline. You can have your costing. You can have your quality parameters. You agree here? Yes. Organization who would. I'm sorry. It is organization who would follow the process. It is manager who would follow the project. I working. Yes, I was working in Peak Matrix organization, wherein almost zero parts with me. Still, I follow the process, and my functional manager to fulfill the task for me. Does it? So it is the manager who would do that. Yeah. You see it right now. You do a few of those projects, Saurabh. You have to do a few of the projects as a team member, as a project manager from initiation to close. You see, one, you'll be able to have a complete connection. That PMI wants you to have at least 3 years of experience. Until you have those 3 years of experience, you'll not be able to connect to most of the processes. Why? Why? The simple reason is because as long as your experience is about 1 year or 2 years, you simply blindly follows the order. You don't mind. Very young and junior in the organization, that gives you know, your priority. Simply say, chap, I want you to do this. Yes? And you say to him, yeah, Gaurav. Project charger are saying, no, project document, and the project manager is human. I didn't see that coming. Coming. Okay, we have 10-15 minutes. Let's go back now. We understood that bit, guys. And this is what we're going to do. That's the easiest thing in the world. So passing the PMP exam is probably the easiest thing in the world. What you need to know is 5 process groups, 10 knowledge areas, 49 processes. That is all. You clear examination. 5,000 participants, more than 6,000 participants so far. More than 800 of these appeared in the examination. And trust you me, nobody failed. No failed. I still have this with me on my WhatsApp. You know, yeah. I mean, all you need, that's an, yeah. So you can get some confidence now. None of them ever failed the PMP examination. I'll see to it that you pass. No, they're more easy. Even techniques are even more easy. Again, you need to connect them back to your projects. You know, Chandra, you have done projects, right? You have done, yeah? Then you them. And with the details of those, I keep on telling you where it connects. Yeah, so rating. Yeah, Prasanna. Thank you. Go back to presentation now. So we should this bit, right? So that's the framework, and they'll help you in the next 4 chapters. You know, so for the rest of the 4 chapters would be rather easy for us to understand because we already understand quite things. Just give me one quick second here. Yeah. Squeeze it a bit more. So but I'll give you a better option. If you want, can you ask how to remark with but absolutely with alignment with PMBOK 6 and alignment. No sense. Just the PMBOK goes chapter by chapter, simply learns book and goes similar way. Similar. Yeah, both. And start with the simply learn, then go back to the PMBOK. Do not go back to PMBOK straight away. Okay? Do not read PMBOK as your first book. Your first book, I'm telling you, because it has a lot of references. If from one chapter to other chapter, from one concept to the other concept, and it's all so confusing initially that you lose faith in this. Then you lose concept, right? So start your book, start with the freelance book, then go to the market, probably have a Rita Mulke or some other good book, and then you it's in fifth. What? Because we added we made responsibilities and social separate chapter, which is a good thing because a lot of a lot of questions are coming from that chapter. Yeah, the same material. I mean, absolutely same material. Don't worry. Sorry. I'm gonna go back. I still have 10 minutes with me, so I'm gonna go now. So that was it. Head's good book. Very, very good book. Head. That's Andy, I personally love that writer. Andy, you would reading that book as we are laughing here, right? So this is take it up. So we are laughing, we keep on learning. Head first, Andy Crow, Rita. Rita is a very good book. Nine, six box. Yeah, right. Share with the rest of the people. Biggest one. What story? Yeah, same thing. That same approach that we are following. So let's talk about here. The new charger for a cell phone is what? Yeah, offerings of accounting firm, organizations implementing a new accounting system and correspondent processes. These are all, projects. Corporate office space, developing research around a particular political issue, performing on the environmental impact of a new bridge on a rural area, new packaging garage, creating watch for children to be on time. To each of these is a temporary endeavor undertaken to create a unique product, service, or result. These are the examples of the projects, guys, right? Making here, if you want, right? So, examples. Now, characteristics of the project: the beginning and an end, right? Projects have varied duration ranging from very short to very. So you can project of say half an hour to first project. Just like an ammunition development for country, 80 minimum 20 to 25 years project, correct? Just like we stages. Stages is a small combat aircraft that we had in India. We started that in 1994. 2004 to 2015, 2018. 20 years, right? It's still going on. You can have small projects. You can have very as well, right? So the project completed when the defined objectives are met. Or the goal objectives cannot be met within the budget, time, and available resources, or choosing the technology. However, if it is not possible for you to complete the project, you also stop that there. I mean, so obviously with an agreement of the sponsor, funding is exhausted. So if you don't have the funds to run the project stops there. The need to perform the project has changed or been eliminated. Competition by regulation or by legal compliance. If the need to perform the project has been changed, use project there, right? Or contractual issues resulting into the project closures. Now these are the factors by which a can prematurely except the very first one. When the objectives are met, close the project, and that's a proper close to the project, right? Now what? So you need to answer that why question, guys. You remember? I said we do an initiation, you answer that question why, right? So what drives the project? So either a change or the business value. This is what I was talking about. Meet the increasingly complex set of challenges, right? Because of these reasons, you want to take up a project just to drive transforming business from one state to the other. Have a project, try to shift organizational growth, merge acquisitions, all that can can be the reasons for taking projects, right? To business values, new market opportunities, response to competition, global place, decreasing profit margins. Because of these reasons, you can again have projects, right? Meet increasingly complex set of challenges, technology changes, world markets, legal regulatory issues, other factors. Now, what all the reasons why take up the projects, right? And these are either the reasons of the challenges that we have, the business values, business propositions, improving the existing systems. All of that answers your question why you are doing that project, right? So that's the way. Now, if the definition of project management. So we talked what the project means Now let's also see what project management means. Definitions basically. One definition and one definition given by the PMI. The PMI management is a have your knowledge, skills, tools, techniques to all the project activities to meet the project requirements. So your mind, your knowledge, your tools, your techniques to the activities as a project manager so that you meet the project requirements of the stakeholders basically. So to accomplish through the appropriate application and integration of the project management processes and the knowledge area, what is basically innovations to execute the project effectively and efficiently. This is what the definition of the project management is as per PMI. Where is the common definition that we use? Project management is an art of creating an illusion that any outcome is a result of a series of predetermined deliberate acts where in fact it was just a dumb luck. Oh my goodness. See, society needs to use less water. Yeah, the project. That's the project, Mr. Goyal. It because it would have a timeline, it would have a project plan, it would have the KPIs, the KRAs, it would have, resources required, it would have the budget allocated to it, it have the things in the scope, out of the scope, right? So it's a project. For sure. Definition of the project management is, guys, give me a yes chat window, please. Yeah. Absolutely. Okay. Moving from here, if you with the definition of the project management is a formalized approach to manage the unique product, services, or results, which follow 5 process groups, 10 knowledge areas, 49 processes, which span industry. You would have the standard documentation, standard processes, and the approaches across industries ranging from oil and gas to petrochemicals to constructions to information technology, software development, telecom. Right? These are the domains where I already worked as a project manager. You see, in oil and gas, in petrochemical, constructions, IT, software development, telecom. Right? So I at times feel that I'm blessed that I've been working on all of these type of projects. Yeah, I'm slow. I heard you, Nazir. But this was the same stuff that we've been talking about from a little now. So I just thought we can pace it a bit. Yeah. Okay, to meet specific projects and organizational needs. So the definition in continuation of management. We got it? Give me a yes chat window, please. Thank you. Now on to the what is the value of the project management? Why we need value? What is value of it, right? So the project management contributes to the organizational success. That is, the reason why. I'll give you small statistics here. You see, PMP is from 1968 to 2005. Then there are PMPs that we have between 2005 and 2015. That the two that we had PMI's inception 2005 are less than the people who got certified between 2005 and 2015. Can why that would have happened? Organization realized that if I have a certified PMP, this can save millions in my project. You need to spend like what, $8 on him? He can like $80,000 in my project. That's a yeah. It's to the organizational success. Right? Project completed within the allotted time, within the budget, upper performance specification level, with intent of the customer, sponsors, or the user, with minimally agreed upon scope changes, with disturbing the workflow of the organization. Ah, the PMP gets paid more than the normal guy. So I work with a lot of my customers who require as a mandate that the person needs to be a certified PMP if he wants to work as a project manager in this particular project. In their corporate culture. Now these are the benefits, the value of the project management. Now unique require innovative thinking and advanced planning, with similar efforts may have taken place in the past. Situation, environmental, legal, regulatory, and technical changes requires a unique approach. Now, all of that comes with the implementation of the project management. Otherwise, you would be in a mess. I see a lot of those companies are the big names. Now, I'm not saying out those names here because not good, but I'm working with them as a manager, as a consultant, because I run my own project management consulting company. So I have those customers, which are big customers, and they are in a mess, and our projects are running behind schedule, behind the cost, a lot of stuff happening. Approvals are not coming up, communication is not happening. Why? Because they don't realize the value of project management, and that's OS, right? Yes, I do. Yes. So your question, Mr. Gupta. Yeah, at times I hire them myself. I also need a team, right? So I can't do everything alone. So I need with me. So like I have 10 project managers with me right now. 10 of those for projects, customers. What all across Middle East right now, for sure. Okay, so that's your project management, guys. Uh, the role of the project manager. So, what is the role of a project manager? As a project, the single most important position in a project, and the overall responsibility of its success, right? So, this position comes with a tremendous responsibility, accountability, ownership, and authority, right? Yeah, we're gonna wind it up for today. We are a couple of minutes over shooting, so stay. Can you give me like 5 minutes? Minutes? Yeah. No, I'll take off after slide. I don't want to rush, but I need a formal closure to. So I have a presentation. That's a couple of slides presentation before we, close it down. So let's do this slide and then we'll probably call it a day. I believe the discussion was good. We heard a lot of things about each other. We also talked about details about the project, the framework. Overall, I believe that was a healthy session, right? So talk about the roles of the project manager, guys. So manager has the full responsibility and accountability of the project. He applies lessons learned from the recent projects. He defines the roles and responsibilities in the project, lead planning activities, form the project training and communicates the project status, adopt project management best practices, to the project priorities, risk and issue management, decision making, client involvement, encourage and support the escalation in effective change control. And then what is the last point? I'm not able to see that. Yeah. Okay. Give me a second, please. Mentoring from team members, right? So yeah, mentoring the project team members. So these are the things that a project manager does in a project. No, but along with this, I will give you something else as well. You see, management is of the most thankless jobs in the world, guys. It is a thankless job in the world. Anyone who wants to be a project manager, who aspires to be a project manager, remember that is going to give you the credit for nothing. Remember, because that happens, because of the execution team. It is because of the project manager. So if you did all your efforts, made sure everything in its place, you made a project plan, you followed the plan, you did that stuff, annually you achieved the project and objectives. So execution team of yours will come up front, show you the sweat that they flown in the project, and they credit. And if God forbid something happens to the project, things on you as a manager. So this is something that you should always keep. It is people come back and ask, okay, so what's your role in the project? In IPL, one of the most common I receive. What role in IPL? I say so the entire project. I'm project plans and do the bases, make sure everything is in place, right? Fine, but what do you do? And I tell for him, Okay, so so you can't simply get people, right? So I believe that it was a good discussion. We are yeah. Question. Has execution made absolutely. Action a few minutes about my current project engagement. You ask me, Chandra. You can ask me, but before that, let's do one thing. Let's we can stay back. We will relieve the rest of the people and stay back and chat about it. No problem. So you don't log out of the code with me. Free the rest of the people, and we'll talk. Yeah, that works. Hey, mic check one. My three guys, can you hear me? I'm not seeing your responses in chat window. Mic check one. Guys, I'm not seeing your responses. Okay, I got now. Okay, my bad. Okay, yeah, okay. Got it, guys. Got it. Thank you. Okay, we can end this class here. Although I wanted to complete a few more of those slides. I mean, I had like 5 slides. We can do that tomorrow, no problem, because these are very easy slides. Nothing much in that. So probably tomorrow we'll do that. So I'm gonna quickly open up an presentation, a session ending presentation, right? For today, and you can stay back and probably can ask what you want to ask. So yeah, so I'll just blow it full. You already have those slides. Go to your download section and you can have those slides in download. I would probably update the Excel for the rest of the classes and send for that. Or you want to really update it because that's too tedious, right? So you want okay, so I'll send it to Mukesh. Mukesh will send it to you. Okay, let's do Saturday, Sunday, and then send it to you on Sunday. And next week another. So we can do it like 4 times, right? Yeah, sounds good. Okay. So thanks for joining today's session. I believe all our first interaction, but not as if I know you from ages now. So yeah, that's it. You can get in touch with us at Simply Talk, Help and Support, question and answers, as I said. I believe it was a good discussion today. So if you did, please please give your NPS, Net Promoter Score, we call it. So the moment you close that window, when you log out, you will pop up, which will do a feedback form, and that feedback form, guys, would really help us. So you can rate us on trainer, content, WebEx, and Get Certified team. If you liked the session today, give it between 9 and 10. So I really request you, because and less than 9, we as unsatisfactory. So then there is a question which comes on me. What happened wrong. So if you liked it, but if you didn't like it, you say something. You can probably give me even one. So no problem. So I believe the discussion was healthy. It was a good interactive discussion that we had. Okay, so do that. You can share us on your Facebook, Gmail, whatever, wherever you want, right? You can share with friends, relatives. Please also write a small review on Quora, Trustpilot, Mouthshut.com, and even on-camera testimonial that can also be arranged. Just let us know. Simply Learn Media team will be more than happy to make an appointment with you for this. Thank you for joining today's session. Have a day ahead. And I'll see you tomorrow. Morning. We'll start the discussion where we left today. Thank you so much for joining in. Good day. You can stay back. You can stay back, right? So you wanted to talk? Back. I'm stopping share now. Yes. Tell me, Chandra. So we 5 minutes now. Ask me. Jail mode. Okay. Okay. So the agile. Why you planned it on agile at the very first place? The sprints. Actually, unmute you. You can, rather than writing, you can talk here. Just give me a second. I'll just unmute you. Yep.
Hi. Thanks for help me.
Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, it's their product and totally driven by them, and I'm working on this product since 2015. Almost.
What is this product? I mean, an IT product or
yeah,
what?
it's a software. IT.
Okay.
Banking. It's a AML product basically.
Okay.
And the main problem is that they agree that they are not following the agile methodology purely, but because the name of the product is so volatile that even they can't follow, because their end customers also ask them frequently changes.
So here's the story. Let me hang on. Let's tell this. So Pure is a product manufacturing company who for their customers, and the customers raises the change request, wherein they need to do those changes into their software, and you are managing them as on the third party. Is it?
Right.
Now tell me.
Yes. So I understand that the use part and the monitoring and controlling part is totally havoc in my case.
Okay.
It's totally out of order. And also we don't have any kind of planning or scoping kind of thing. We just have sprint planning, but sprint went other direction when their end customer changes the functionality.
Hmm.
So in my case, how should I follow, or how can I request my customer, clear customer, uh,
No,
totally
I
manage
see
this
it
product?
as a very simple and very unique case. I mean, not unique, a very common case. You see, that happens with most of the customers. So if you are working on projects for, and what's your role in that? What exactly you do?
I'm
You're
a technical project manager.
a project manager, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And so you are basically on the client side.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you see, say, suppose, I'll give you an example. Say Microsoft, right? Now, Microsoft has those products which can be customized as per the customers, right? I'll take an example of say, Microsoft Dynamics, right? Now, Dynamics can be a completely customizable solution. So, if somebody comes to Microsoft with that, and because I have my own Dynamics team who works for Microsoft, so they want us to do those changes. And they're very frequent changes because the end customer is again telling some other story to Microsoft. Microsoft in turn tells the same to us, right? So what needs to be done here is that you need to go to your customer, basically. That's your client. I'm not talking about his client. I'm talking about your clients. So go back to your client and you tell him that any request that you take from the customer, its scope needs to be done. You ask what is scope document. Right?
Yes.
Customer, the end user of your client, give a scope document to him, right? And your client in turn give the same document to you, correct? Now you see that you take that scope document and prepare your scope based on that. I mean, so requirement document, sorry. And you prepare a scope on that and you get a sign off from your customer that, oh, this is what I'm going to do in this, right? Now, if other customer asks for some other change, that would be a different requirement document, that would be a different project. So I don't mind, work on multiple of the projects, but I would not do same stuff into the same project over and over again. You understand that? So that is one ways that I adopted, because whenever there is a mix of that agile and wall, right? These things creeps up. So you need to have your ground solid. Your ground needs to be firm, right? So you can ask your customer to give you the requirement, and that's all, right? And sign off on the scope. This is the scope of the work that I have for project A. If your X customer is asking for something else, that would, for me, it would be project B. I don't mind taking up project A, B, C, D all together. I don't mind that. I can manage them, right? I would not go into the sprints over and over and again, changing the thing to the same sprint. Not do that, right? So I have the scope, and I would work as per the scope. That I see as an option here.
Okay. So that problem, yeah, I understand your point of view, and I will try to implement that one. But due to this problem, sometimes conflict arises, as you understand.
Yeah.
So my team members sometimes get frustrated, and retention is also a problem.
Mm-hmm.
And we are working on a very high level of tech, like big data and other kind of machine learning. Yeah. So finding the resource is also a challenging for this product. So so how do I minimize the conflict in my?
It is couple of things here. One is called the stakeholder management, and the other one is called the communication management. So you need to take out your stakeholder document. You need to, I don't know, you have a stakeholder document.
Yeah, I have.
You have a stakeholder document, right? So take stakeholder register in which you have the expectations listed, right? And you take out your communication plan. Then sit with the team and say, you identify that what they are expecting out of it, right? At times people get worried and frustrated because they're in a different frame of mind, and we are making them do something, right? So just sure that your these couple of things are aligned. Your stakeholder management and your communication management are aligned with each other, right? And then go ahead and make them understand. And project management nowadays, Chandra, is nothing but this stakeholder management. A guy
So
who is
saying,
not a,
are you proposing that engaging my team members with the stakeholder will minimize the conflict?
your team members are also the stakeholders. Give them a picture. Give them a true picture of yours. At times, what happens is we hide quite a few of those information just because we thought, okay, so it is not necessary for him to know this, but maybe he may require that information. If he had that information, there would not be a conflict. So you need to. That's why I'm saying take out your communication plan and see what you have jotted down. See what that we are missing, right? And intention is very, very important to make understand that I understand you required this is what you are expecting, right? But that's the situation. Show them the clear and a picture, a faithful, a true picture of the project, a true status of the project right now, right? And then they are confident in you as a project manager, then they would definitely work with you. So I've seen a lot of my reps who were apprehensive with me in my team initially, right? Nowadays they request back to my partner. They say, okay, so we will work with such and such project. So if we work with your project, we'll work with him. I'm not. It is not about bragging myself. It is about that you need to put the thing into perspective. You need to have the teamwork very, very clear, right? And you need to identify until and unless you identify the expectations that would not happen, right? So go and identify what they need, what's their pay area, work area, make sure it is not there, and then ask for their support, and they'll definitely support you because And I'm talking about stakeholders from both ends, from your team and from the customer's team, right? You also make them understand that what is the challenge that you face as a project manager if these things keeps on coming, if those sprints keeps on changing, right? Should be to have a standard process in place in which we can say that okay, so that would be project A, that would be project B, that would be project C. So that would help you. You apply that, and if doesn't happen, then come back and we'll talk more about it. So probably.
Yeah. Thanks, Sachin. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Yes, we still have 13 more people staying back. Hey, Anderson, Anil, thank you. So you guys left, so you're still hearing, the discussion here, right?
I think if we can discuss more, and if they share their then it will be very much helpful to.
I always encourage my people to talk, my participants to talk. If you take feedback from the last participants that have been to my classes, and you can see out of them in the forum, right? So go and raise a question in the forum that who all have attended Sachin's classes. See those participants, and you can ask them that the amount of discussions that we do, and that's the reason why it is about 1:30 now. We are stretching like 23. I don't mind it. The good news is that
Sachin, main reason is that I'm not here for the certification. So now I may pass the certification, but if I can implement it on my project, that's the idea.
That's the idea. That's why I'm here. I mean, so that's our intent of doing that workshop. I don't want to be a certified PMP just for the sake of it. In certified PMPs, they don't have a risk register in their project. No point. There's no point being a certified PMP if you manage a register in your project. How on heaven you're going to manage risk? Right. This gentleman doesn't have a stakeholder register with him, and he's certified PMP. I'm not saying the name, but I feel bad, right? So the intent that you should look at it from the perspective of implementation rather than making it a book which we read and pass the exam. No, passing is one of the most easiest thing in the world. I'm telling you. Anyways, we'll talk more about it, Chandra.
Yeah.
So you try to implement that. Yeah.
Yes. I'm looking towards the other features, like many doubts on the tools and techniques. Basically, I had posted my questions, so I had some doubts on the tools and techniques. I never used those techniques. So I want to listen. I want to listen and I want to
Absolutely.
learn from there.
Absolutely. Definitely talk about it. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Chandra.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Bye. I'll leave it here. Message for Kesh. Sachin Goswami signing off. Take care, guys. Bye.